Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, I took over the lease without asking too many questions. Cheap, convenient, tucked behind a gas station nobody used. But when I opened it, something felt off, not the usual mildew and dust smell. This was sharp, coppery. At the back, behind a pile of broken furniture, I found a locked freezer, heavy. I forced it open with a crowbar I borrowed from work. Inside were plastic bags, all black, all tied tight. I didn't open them. I didn't need to. What I did instead was worse. I closed the lid, cleaned everything up, and kept paying the rent. That was 3 months ago. 3 months of sleepless nights and the kind of paranoia that makes you check your rearview mirror twice before turning corners. The previous renter had left suddenly, the landlord said. Family emergency. Had to move across the country real quick. Left behind some things he never came back for. I started going through the other items more carefully. Old photo albums with faces scratched out in black ink. Bank statements showing large cash withdrawals every few weeks. A journal with entries that stopped abruptly mid-sentence. The handwriting was shaky toward the end, like someone writing in the dark or with trembling hands. The gas station attendant knew more than he let on. Every time I pulled up to pay the rent, his eyes would dart toward the storage units, then back to his register. His fingers would tap nervously against the counter. One evening, when the place was empty except for us, he leaned closer and whispered that the previous renter used to come by at odd hours, always alone, always carrying something heavy. I found myself returning to the unit even when I had no reason to be there. The freezer hummed quietly in the corner, a sound that seemed to get louder each visit. I started bringing a small flashlight, checking the lock, making sure everything was exactly as I'd left it. The plastic bags hadn't moved, but somehow they looked different each time. Fuller maybe, or maybe that was just my imagination playing tricks. The journal entries became my obsession. Most were mundane, grocery lists, work schedules, complaints about noisy neighbors. But scattered throughout were references to someone who needed to disappear, someone who had crossed a line. The writing became increasingly erratic, full of scratched-out words and margins filled with numbers that looked like coordinates or measurements. I tried calling the number listed on the original lease agreement, disconnected. The address led to a vacant lot where a house used to stand. The landlord claimed he'd never met the previous renter in person. Everything was handled through email and cash payments left in an envelope. The real breakthrough came when I found the receipt tucked inside one of the photo albums. A hardware store purchase from 6 months ago. Heavy-duty plastic sheeting, rope, industrial-grade cleaning supplies. The date matched one of the journal entries, the one that simply read, "Tonight, no going back now." I stood in that storage unit, surrounded by the remnants of someone else's secret, and realized I had become part of it. The freezer continued its quiet humming. The plastic bags remained untouched, and I kept paying the rent month after month, because opening those bags would mean crossing a line I wasn't ready to cross. But the worst part wasn't what I might find inside. The worst part was the growing certainty that I wasn't the first person to discover this place. The gas station attendant's nervous glances, the landlord's convenient lack of records, the way the previous renter had disappeared so completely, leaving behind only questions and evidence of something terrible. Sometimes I catch myself wondering if this is how it starts for everyone. You find something you shouldn't have found, you make a choice to look the other way, and then you become part of the cover-up, whether you meant to or not. The journal's final entry haunts me most. Just 4 words written in that same shaky handwriting. Someone will find this. They were right, someone did find it, but finding it and doing something about it are 2 very different things. And as I lock up the unit each month, paying rent on secrets I don't want to know, I wonder if the person who left those bags felt the same weight I carry now. The freezer keeps humming, the bags remain sealed, and I keep telling myself that some truths are better left buried in the dark corners of storage units behind abandoned gas stations. But deep down I know that whoever those bags belonged to, they're still out there, waiting, watching, making sure their secret stays safe. And maybe, just maybe, I'm not the only one paying rent on this particular truth. Crime 2, I was told the place had been empty for months. No forwarding address, no complaints, just a vanished renter and an unpaid lease. But the unit still had power. The fridge was full. There were dirty dishes in the sink, and on the coffee table a stack of journals written in jagged, urgent handwriting. They talked about being followed, about a second voice in the vents, about someone standing behind the shower curtain every night. I should have turned the keys back in. Instead, I stayed one night. And in the morning, there were new pages added, written in my handwriting. The landlord had been nervous when he handed me the keys. His palms were damp, and he kept checking his phone while explaining the situation. The previous tenant had stopped paying rent without warning. No phone calls returned, no response to eviction notices. When they finally gained entry, the apartment looked lived in but abandoned. Personal belongings everywhere, food rotting in the refrigerator, but no sign of the person who had called this place home. I specialized in these situations, cleanouts, estate sales, forgotten storage units. People disappeared from their lives more often than anyone wanted to admit, leaving behind the physical evidence of their existence. Usually it was straightforward work. Box everything, sort the valuable from the worthless, dispose of what remained. But this felt different from the moment I stepped inside. The smell hit me first, not decay or neglect, but something living. Fresh coffee grounds mixed with the metallic scent of old pennies. The air felt thick, like walking into someone's breath. Every surface held traces of recent activity. A coffee mug sat on the kitchen counter, still warm to the touch. The bed was unmade, sheets twisted as if someone had just climbed out, but the dust patterns on the furniture suggested weeks of abandonment. I started with the journals, 23 notebooks filled with increasingly erratic entries. The handwriting began neat and controlled, documenting ordinary complaints about thin walls and noisy neighbors. But as I read deeper, the tone shifted. The former tenant described hearing conversations through the heating vents, voices that seemed to respond to their thoughts. They wrote about finding their belongings moved slightly each morning, as if someone had been examining them during the night. The entries became obsessive, detailed logs of every sound, every shadow, every moment when the apartment felt less empty than it should. The final entries were barely legible, words pressed so hard into the paper that they tore through to the pages beneath. They described a presence that watched from corners, breath that fogged mirrors when no one was there, and the growing certainty that they were no longer alone in their own home. I photographed several pages before continuing my inventory. The refrigerator contained groceries that should have expired weeks ago but looked fresh. Milk that poured white and smooth, bread without a trace of mold, vegetables crisp enough to snap between my fingers. The bathroom medicine cabinet held prescription bottles with recent fill dates, pills counted out as if someone had been taking their daily dosage right up until they vanished. The bedroom yielded more questions, clothes laid out on the chair as if chosen for the next morning. A charging cable plugged into the wall, still warm from recent use, but no phone, no laptop, no electronic devices anywhere in the apartment. just the charging cables and adapters reaching toward empty space like electrical veins with no heart to pump through. I found the photographs tucked inside the final journal, Polaroids of the apartment taken from various angles, each image showing the same rooms I was standing in. But in every photograph there was something wrong. Shadows that fell in impossible directions, reflections in mirrors that didn't match the room's contents, and in 3 of the images a figure stood in the background, blurred and indistinct but unmistakably human. The figure appeared to be watching the camera, head tilted at an unnatural angle. In one photograph it stood behind the couch where I had been sitting moments before. In another, it lurked in the hallway leading to the bedroom. The 3rd image showed it positioned directly behind where the photographer must have been standing, as if it had moved closer each time. I compared the photographs to my surroundings. The furniture matched perfectly, down to the placement of books on shelves and the angle of lampshades. These pictures had been taken recently, possibly within the past week, but the timestamps on the backs were impossible to read, smeared with what looked like water damage. My phone lost signal inside the apartment, not unusual for older buildings, but the lack of connectivity felt deliberate. I tried the landline I had noticed in the kitchen, but when I lifted the receiver, I heard not a dial tone, but the sound of someone breathing on the other end. Steady, patient breaths that continued until I hung up. The heating system explained some of the voice phenomena described in the journals. The vents connected throughout the building, carrying conversations between units. But when I pressed my ear to the metal grates, I heard something that made my skin crawl. Not neighboring conversations, but a single voice repeating the same words over and over. The phrases matched entries from the journals, as if someone was reading them aloud in another part of the building. I decided to stay overnight, convinced that morning would bring clarity to what seemed like an elaborate puzzle. The apartment had a pull-out couch, and I had spent nights in stranger places during difficult cleanouts. I placed one of the journals on the coffee table before lying down, noting that it was filled completely to the last page. Sleep came fitfully. I woke several times to sounds that could have been settling wood or footsteps in the hallway. The heating system clicked and whispered throughout the night, carrying fragments of sound that almost formed words. At one point, I was certain I heard my own voice coming through the vents, having a conversation I didn't remember. Morning light revealed the impossible. The journal I had placed on the coffee table now contained additional pages. Fresh ink on paper that had been blank when I went to sleep. The handwriting was mine, unmistakably my own loops and angles, describing the previous evening from a perspective that wasn't quite right. The new entries detailed my arrival at the apartment, but with observations I hadn't made and thoughts I hadn't thought. They described watching myself work through the rooms, noting my reactions to discoveries I was sure I had made alone. The final entry, dated that morning, contained a question that stopped my breathing. How long before you realize you're not the one cleaning out this apartment? I gathered my materials and prepared to leave, but the front door wouldn't open. The key turned in the lock, but the door remained sealed as if held shut from outside. The windows were painted shut, layers of old paint creating an effective seal. My phone still had no signal, and the landline now produced only static when I tried to call for help. The photographs I had taken of the journal pages were gone from my camera's memory. In their place were new images I didn't remember taking. Pictures of myself working in the apartment, shot from angles that would have required another person to be present. In the final image, I stood at the coffee table reading the journals, while behind me, a blurred figure reached toward my shoulder. I found the building's directory near the mailboxes and discovered something that restructured everything I thought I understood. The apartment I had been cleaning wasn't listed as vacant. According to the official records, it was still occupied by its original tenant. The rental agreement was current, rent paid through the next month. But the name on the lease made me check twice, then 3 times. The signature at the bottom of the rental agreement was mine, written in my own handwriting, dated 6 months before I had ever heard of this building. The landlord's phone number led to a disconnected line. The property management company had no record of hiring me for any clean-out work. According to their files, the apartment's tenant was in good standing, had never missed a rent payment, and had never complained about any disturbances. I spent the rest of that day searching for an explanation that would let me maintain my sanity. The journals continued filling themselves with new entries, written in my handwriting, but describing experiences from perspectives that felt foreign and familiar at the same time. They talked about the previous tenant as if that person was still present, still observing, still documenting the strange phenomena that seemed to follow anyone who spent too much time in the apartment. The final entry appeared while I was reading the others, ink flowing across the page as if guided by an invisible hand. It contained an address I recognized as my own home, along with a note that my landlord had been trying to reach me about unpaid rent and strange complaints from neighbors about voices coming through the walls. I never found out how long I had actually been in that apartment. The calendar on my phone showed the same date I had arrived, but my body felt like I had been there much longer. My own apartment, when I finally returned, contained journals I didn't remember writing, filled with observations about thin walls and the growing certainty that I was no longer alone in my own home. The clean-out job had never existed. The landlord who hired me had no record in any business directory. But the apartment remains occupied, according to the property management company, by a tenant who pays rent on schedule and never causes problems. Sometimes I wonder if I'm still there, documenting strange phenomena in increasingly erratic handwriting, while someone else believes they're cleaning out my abandoned belongings. The boundaries between observer and observed, between documenter and documented, had blurred beyond recognition. The only thing I know for certain is that some disappearances aren't about leaving a place behind. They're about discovering you never really left at all. Crime 3, it started peeling by itself, one strip at a time, revealing the wall beneath covered in scribbles. Names, dates, fragments of phrases, then the stains appeared, deep red, dried but recent enough to raise questions. I called no one. I kept peeling. Behind one sheet was a handprint, small, too small, and above it, written in what I swear was a child's scrawl, "He makes them quiet." I stopped sleeping in that room. I stopped peeling, but the wallpaper kept falling. And now I've started hearing scratching behind the drywall. The house had been empty for months before I moved in. The previous tenant left suddenly, according to the landlord. Personal reasons, he said, avoiding my eyes when he handed over the keys. The rent was too low for a place this size. I should have questioned that. Should have asked why the neighbors crossed the street when they saw me approaching. Should have noticed how the mailbox still bore someone else's name, scratched out with what looked like car keys. The scratching started soft. I told myself it was mice. Old houses settle, pipes expand, wood contracts, normal sounds, but mice don't scratch in patterns. They don't pause, then resume with deliberate rhythm. 3 short scratches, pause, 3 long ones, pause, 3 short again, over and over, always from the same spot behind the bedroom wall. I pressed my ear against the plaster. The scratching stopped immediately, like someone holding their breath, waiting. I stepped back and counted to 10. It started again, same pattern, same location. I grabbed a hammer from the kitchen drawer and tapped the wall, hollow. There was space back there. space that shouldn't exist according to the floor plan the landlord had shown me. The building inspector was a woman with calloused hands and tired eyes. She walked through the house methodically, checking each room with practiced indifference. When she reached the bedroom, she stopped. Her face changed. She ran her fingers along the wall where the wallpaper had peeled away, tracing the outline of that small handprint. "This isn't the first time," she said quietly. "I've been here before. Different tenant, same complaints, scratching sounds, wallpaper falling, stains appearing overnight." She pulled out a worn notebook and flipped through pages covered in addresses, dates, observations. "The family before you lasted 3 weeks. Before them, a college student made it 2 days. Before her, an elderly man called the police 6 times in a month." The police reports were public record. I spent hours at the municipal building, reading through incident reports that all followed the same pattern. Calls about disturbances, scratching sounds, property damage, but the responding officers found nothing. No evidence of break-ins, no signs of vandalism, just frightened tenants who eventually moved out without explanation. The clerk who helped me access the files was young, maybe fresh out of high school. She kept glancing over her shoulder while I read, as if someone might be watching. When I asked about the previous tenants, she lowered her voice to a whisper. "My cousin lived here 2 years ago," she said. "Just for a few weeks." She said the scratching never stopped, day and night, always the same wall. She tried everything, moving furniture, playing loud music, sleeping in the living room. Nothing worked. One morning she found her daughter's drawing under the bedroom door, stick figures of a man and a little girl, both with X's for eyes. Her daughter was at her father's house that weekend, had been for 3 days. I drove to the address her cousin had given me. A small apartment across town, neat and clean, with children's toys scattered on the porch. The woman who answered was younger than I expected, with dark circles under her eyes and hands that shook when she lit her cigarette. "I don't talk about that place," she said initially, but when I mentioned the scratching, her resistance crumbled. She invited me in, made coffee with trembling fingers, and sat across from me at a kitchen table covered in bills and homework assignments. "It wasn't just the sounds," she began. "Things moved, small things, my daughter's toys, books, pictures. I put something down and find it somewhere else. I told myself I was forgetting, stressed from the move, working too many hours. But then I started finding things that weren't mine. Children's clothes in sizes too small for my daughter, a stuffed animal she'd never seen before, a pair of shoes tiny, worn down to the sole." She got up and retrieved a shoebox from a closet. Inside were Polaroid photographs, dozens of them, all showing the same bedroom wall. The progression was clear. First intact wallpaper, then small tears, then larger sections peeling away, revealing layer after layer of writing underneath. Names, messages, dates going back decades. "I documented everything," she said. "Thought I was losing my mind, thought if I could prove it was real, maybe someone would believe me, but look at the dates." She pointed to the photographs. "These were taken over 3 weeks, but look at this." She pulled out a magnifying glass and held it over one of the photos. "This date here, written on the wall, it's from next month. Next month, how do you explain that?" The photographs showed more than just writing. In several images, shapes were visible beneath the wallpaper. Outlines that could have been furniture or boxes or something else entirely. Something that created bulges and indentations in the wall surface. In one photo, taken with a flash, what looked like a face pressed against the inside of the wall was visible through a particularly thin section of paper. I asked to borrow the photographs. She hesitated, then agreed, but made me promise to return them. "They're the only proof I have," she said, "the only evidence that it actually happened. Sometimes I look at them and wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but then I remember the smell." The smell, she described it as metallic, sweet, like old pennies mixed with something organic, something that had been warm once but had grown cold. It came and went without warning, strongest near the bedroom wall, but sometimes detected in other parts of the house. Her daughter complained about it too, said it made her stomach hurt. Back at the house, I spread the photographs across the kitchen table and studied them under a bright lamp. The writing on the walls was in different hands, different pens, different ages of ink. Some messages were complete sentences. Help me find them. They're still here. He said they went to sleep. Others were fragments. The box under the floor. Check the basement. Don't trust him. One message, written in what appeared to be crayon, simply said, "Mama, I'm cold." I measured the wall in my bedroom and compared it to the building's original blueprints, which I'd obtained from the city planning office. There was a discrepancy. The wall was 18 inches thicker than it should have been according to the architectural drawings, 18 inches of space that officially didn't exist. The scratching that night was different, more urgent. Instead of the regular pattern, it came in long, desperate bursts, like someone clawing at wood. I pressed my ear to the wall again and heard something new underneath the scratching. Breathing, slow, labored, like someone struggling for air in a confined space. I called the police. The officer who responded was older, close to retirement, with the weathered look of someone who'd seen everything. He listened to my story without interruption, examined the peeling wallpaper, tested the wall with his knuckles. When I mentioned the breathing sounds, his expression hardened. "This is the third call I've answered at this address this year," he said. "Different tenants, same story. You want my advice? Move out. Tonight, don't pack, don't clean, just leave. Some places aren't meant to be lived in." But I couldn't leave, not yet. The scratching had become personal, a conversation I was compelled to continue. I bought a small recording device and left it running against the wall each night. The playback revealed sounds I hadn't heard in real time, whispers, soft voices speaking words I couldn't quite make out, and underneath it all a rhythmic tapping, not random, not desperate, deliberate, like Morse code. I learned Morse code from online tutorials, staying up late translating the patterns I'd recorded. The message was simple, repeated over and over: "Find us, find us, find us." The basement was smaller than it should have been. I paced it off, comparing the dimensions to the upstairs rooms. The discrepancy was significant. Nearly half the basement space was missing, blocked off by a newer-looking concrete wall that didn't match the rest of the foundation. I rented a sledgehammer from the hardware store. The clerk asked what I was demolishing. I told him I was renovating, updating some old plumbing. He looked at the address on my rental agreement, and his smile faded. "That's the house on Elm, isn't it?" he said. "The one with the tenants who never stay long." When I nodded, he leaned across the counter. "My uncle did some work there years ago, electrical. Said the previous owner was strange, kept the basement locked, wouldn't let anyone down there. Uncle always wondered what he was hiding." The concrete wall was thicker than expected. It took hours to break through, and when I finally created a hole large enough to look through, the smell hit me immediately. Not the metallic scent the previous tenant had described, but something earthier, older, like soil that had been disturbed and left to settle. I shone my flashlight through the opening. The hidden space was larger than I'd anticipated, maybe 10 feet by 12 feet. The floor was dirt, packed down hard. Against the far wall were wooden boxes, child-sized, arranged in neat rows, 7 of them, each with a name carved into the lid in the same childish scrawl I'd seen on the bedroom wall. The scratching stopped that night. For the first time since I'd moved in, the house was completely silent. No settling, no creaking, no rhythmic tapping, just silence so complete it felt oppressive. I sat in the living room until dawn, watching the bedroom doorway, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. When the sun came up, I called the police again. This time they sent a detective, a woman with sharp eyes and a gentle voice who listened to my story without skepticism. She followed me to the basement, examined the hole I'd made, photographed the wooden boxes from multiple angles. "We'll need to process this as a crime scene," she said. "You'll have to find somewhere else to stay while we investigate." She paused, studying the carved names on the boxes. Some of these names match missing persons reports from years ago, cases that were never solved. I packed a bag and checked into a motel across town. The local news ran a story that evening: human remains discovered in residential basement. They didn't give details, just mentioned an ongoing investigation and the discovery of multiple sets of remains. The reporter standing outside the house looked appropriately somber, but I noticed she kept glancing over her shoulder at the bedroom window. The detective called me a week later. 7 children, all between the ages of 4 and 8, all reported missing over a span of 15 years. The remains were in various states of decomposition, some recent enough to suggest they'd been placed there within the last few months. DNA analysis was ongoing, but preliminary identification matched several cold cases from the surrounding area. "The thing is," the detective said, "we still don't know who did this. The landlord inherited the property from his uncle, who died 3 years ago, natural causes. But the uncle lived alone, had no history of violence, no criminal record, and some of these remains are more recent than his death. The investigation is ongoing. The house remains empty, wrapped in police tape and surrounded by the kind of notoriety that makes property values plummet. I drive by sometimes just to see if anything has changed. The wallpaper in the bedroom window has continued to peel, revealing more of the wall beneath. More writing, more messages, more small handprints pressed against the glass from the inside. Last week I noticed something new. A child's face in the window, pale and indistinct, but unmistakably there. It was only visible for a moment, just long enough for me to pull over and stare. When I looked again, it was gone. But the message on the wall behind where the face had been was clear, written in fresh crayon: "Thank you for finding us." I haven't been back since, but sometimes, late at night, I think I can still hear the scratching. Not from any wall in my new apartment, but from somewhere inside my head. 3 short scratches, pause, 3 long ones, pause, 3 short again. And underneath it, so faint I'm not sure it's real, the sound of children whispering, "He's still here, he's still here, he's still here." The detective says they're expanding the investigation, looking into other properties the uncle owned, other houses with similar complaints from tenants. She says there might be more children, more hidden spaces, more boxes with names carved in crayon. She says they won't stop until they find them all. I want to believe her, but sometimes I wonder if finding them is enough, if discovering the truth can put them to rest, or if some secrets are so dark, so deeply buried, that uncovering them only makes the scratching louder. Crime 4, I live across from it, a narrow, sagging home with shut blinds and dead grass, no car, no lights. But every night a figure stands behind the curtain on the 2nd floor, still, watching. I tried to knock once. The door opened before I touched it. No one was there. The hallway smelled like bleach and rotting meat. I took 1 step in, just one. That was enough to see the photographs taped to the wall, hundreds of them. All of the same street, same angle. Same subject, me leaving my front door. I backed out and ran home, but the smell followed me. It clung to my clothes, my hair, settled deep in my throat like something I couldn't swallow. That night I called the police. The dispatcher sounded bored when I explained about the photographs, the smell, the figure in the window. She took my address and said someone would check it out. The next morning, I watched from my kitchen window as two officers knocked on the door across the street. It opened immediately, just like it had for me. They stepped inside and disappeared for what felt like hours. When they emerged, they were laughing with someone I couldn't see, shaking hands at the doorway. One of them waved at my window before they drove away. I called the station back. The same dispatcher told me the officers found nothing unusual. An elderly resident living alone, completely harmless. Maybe I was seeing things. Maybe I needed to mind my own business. But I knew what I saw. Those photographs weren't imagination. The smell wasn't paranoia. I started documenting everything. Each morning I'd check if the curtains moved. Each evening I'd note when the figure appeared. I bought a camera with a telephoto lens and started taking pictures of my own. The pattern became clear after a week of watching. The figure appeared at the same position every night, never moving for hours. During the day, nothing, no movement, no signs of life, but there were other things, small things, the mailbox that never filled up. The newspaper that disappeared before dawn, though I never saw anyone retrieve it. The way dogs would cross the street rather than walk past that house. I decided to do some research. Property records showed the house had been sold 3 months ago to someone whose name was redacted in every document I could access. The previous owner, an elderly woman, had died in a care facility. Natural causes, according to the obituary, no surviving family. But when I called the care facility, the nurse I spoke with seemed confused. She remembered the woman well, she said. "Sweet lady, terrible what happened to her." I asked what she meant. There was a long pause before she whispered that the woman had been terrified in her final weeks, claiming someone was watching her room from the building across the street. The staff thought it was dementia, but she'd been so specific about the details. The figure in the window, the photographs. My hands were shaking when I hung up the phone. I looked across the street at the house, at the second-floor window where the curtain hung motionless in the afternoon light. I thought about those photographs on the wall, all of me leaving my front door. How long had someone been watching before I noticed? That evening I positioned myself at my window before the figure usually appeared. I had my camera ready, focused on the upstairs window. As darkness fell, I saw the familiar outline take its position behind the curtain. But this time I noticed something different. The figure was holding something up to the window, something rectangular, a camera. I snapped picture after picture, my own camera clicking rapidly in the dark room. Through the telephoto lens, I could see more clearly than ever before. The figure wasn't just watching. It was documenting, just like I was doing. The next morning, I developed the photographs at a shop downtown. The clerk, a young man with tired eyes, looked at the images for a long time before handing them back. He asked if I was working on some kind of surveillance case. I told him I was just concerned about a neighbor. He nodded slowly, then mentioned that someone else had been developing similar photographs recently. Pictures of the same street, taken from a different angle. I felt cold spreading through my chest. I asked him to describe the other customer. Middle-aged, he said, quiet, always paid in cash, always asked for the photographs to be printed immediately, no digital copies. The clerk had thought it was odd because most of the pictures were of the same house, the same front door, the same person leaving each morning. My front door, me leaving each morning. I drove home in a daze, checking my rearview mirror constantly. Every car behind me seemed to follow too closely. Every turn I made felt observed. When I pulled into my driveway, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Footprints in the soft dirt beside my porch, fresh ones leading from the street to my front window. Inside my house, everything looked normal, but nothing felt right. The air seemed different, disturbed. I checked every room, every closet, every corner where someone might hide. Nothing was missing, nothing was moved, but the sensation of violation was overwhelming. Someone had been inside. I called the police again, a different dispatcher, same skeptical tone. The officers who came were not the same ones from before. They searched the house thoroughly, checked the locks, examined the footprints outside. They found no signs of forced entry. They suggested I install security cameras if I was worried. That night I sat in my living room with all the lights off, watching the house across the street. The figure appeared as usual, but this time I was ready. I had borrowed a friend's night vision equipment, and I could see details that had been invisible before. The person in the window was older than I had expected, with thin hair and weathered hands, and they were definitely holding a camera pointed directly at my house. But there was something else, something that made me question everything I thought I knew. The camera the figure was holding looked exactly like mine. The same model, same telephoto lens. As I watched, the figure adjusted the focus, and I found myself doing the same thing, unconsciously mirroring the movement. I looked down at my own hands gripping the camera, then back at the window across the street. The figure had lowered their camera and was looking directly at me, not at my house. At me, sitting in my dark living room, watching through night vision equipment. For a moment, we stared at each other across the narrow street, two watchers, each documenting the other. I realized I couldn't remember when I had started taking these photographs, when I had become so obsessed with documenting every detail of my neighbor's behavior. The timestamps on my camera showed weeks of surveillance, but my memories of those weeks felt hazy, fragmented. I thought about the photographs taped to the wall in that house, all of me leaving my front door. But as I sat there in the darkness, I began to wonder, were they really photographs of me, or were they photographs taken by me? Had I been inside that house before, documenting my own routines, my own comings and goings? The smell of bleach and rotting meat seemed to fill my nostrils again, though I was sitting in my own living room. I looked at my hands, at the camera I was holding, at the notebooks full of observations about my neighbor's behavior. When had I become the watcher? When had I become the one standing motionless behind curtains, documenting someone else's life? The figure in the window across the street raised their camera again, and I found myself doing the same. We photographed each other in the darkness, two neighbors separated by a narrow street and a truth that neither of us was ready to acknowledge. The investigation had led me exactly where it was supposed to, but I still don't know which house I really live in. Crime 5, I thought it was a rock at first, white smooth. But then I saw the root, human. It clinked when I dropped it. I opened the vent further and found more teeth, hair, fingernails, all wrapped in paper towels soaked through with brown. There was something carved into the vent cover too. They screamed better cold. I sold the place the next day, moved, new city, new apartment. Yesterday I turned on the AC and heard a rattle. I opened the vent. There was a single baby tooth and a note, still watching. That first discovery haunts me still, the metallic taste in my mouth as I stared at what I'd found, the way my hands trembled as I photographed everything before calling the authorities, but what came after was worse than the discovery itself. The detective assigned to my case was a weathered woman with tired eyes. She documented everything methodically, her pen scratching against her notepad with mechanical precision. When she finished, she looked at me with an expression I couldn't read, sympathy mixed with something else, suspicion maybe. She told me they'd run tests on everything I'd found. DNA analysis would take weeks. The carved message troubled her most. She asked if I'd noticed anything unusual about my neighbors, about the previous tenant. I hadn't. The apartment had been empty for months before I moved in. The landlord, a nervous man who rarely made eye contact, claimed he knew nothing about the former occupant. While waiting for results, I began my own investigation. Sleep became impossible. Every sound from the vents made my skin crawl. I started recording everything, documenting patterns in the building's rhythms. The family upstairs fought every night. The old man next door played his television too loud, but there was another sound, fainter, a scratching that seemed to come from within the walls themselves. I found myself studying the other tenants, the woman on the third floor who never spoke to anyone, the maintenance worker who had keys to every unit, even the mailman who lingered too long in the hallways. Anyone could have accessed that vent. Anyone could have been watching me, waiting. The DNA results came back inconclusive. Too degraded, they said. The teeth belonged to at least 3 different people, but no matches in their database. The case went cold almost immediately. The detective stopped returning my calls. The landlord grew increasingly agitated when I pressed for information about the building's history. That's when I started digging into public records myself. The building had a history I hadn't known about. Multiple missing person reports over the past decade. All tenants who had simply vanished without notice. Their belongings left behind, rent unpaid. The authorities assumed they'd moved away voluntarily. People disappear all the time in big cities. But I found photographs in the local newspaper archives. Missing person notices with faces that looked familiar. I realized I'd seen some of them in old mail that still occasionally arrived at my address. Bills and letters for people who supposedly no longer lived there. The postal worker claimed it was normal that forwarding addresses sometimes got lost in the system. I began sleeping in my car, returning to the apartment only during daylight. That's when I noticed the pattern. Certain apartments had their lights on at odd intervals, flickering in sequences that seemed deliberate. I started timing them, mapping them. The pattern repeated every few days, always the same sequence, like a code. One afternoon, I followed the maintenance worker. He didn't go home after his shift. Instead, he visited a storage facility across town. I watched him enter a unit filled with boxes, furniture, personal belongings, things that looked like they'd been hastily packed. He spent nearly an hour inside, sorting through items with practiced efficiency. When I finally worked up the courage to approach him, his reaction told me everything. The blood drained from his face when he saw me. He stammered about cleaning out units for tenants who'd left suddenly, but his hands shook as he locked the storage unit. As he walked away, I heard him making a phone call. The words were muffled, but his tone was urgent. That night I received my first anonymous message. A single line slipped under my door, "Stop looking or join them." The paper felt familiar, the same texture as the towels I'd found in the vent. My mouth went dry. Someone had been watching me, documenting my investigation. I tried contacting the families of the missing people I'd identified. Most phone numbers were disconnected, but one woman answered. Her brother had disappeared from my building 2 years earlier. She'd filed multiple police reports, hired a private investigator. Nothing came of it, but she told me something that made my blood run cold. The week before he vanished, her brother had called her, terrified. He'd found something in his apartment, something hidden. He wouldn't say what over the phone. The next morning, I found my apartment door unlocked. Nothing seemed missing, but everything felt wrong. Objects moved slightly from where I'd left them. My computer had been accessed, files opened, browsing history cleared. Someone had been inside, searching through my research. I started staying in hotels, but the messages followed me. Notes left at the front desk. Calls to my room in the middle of the night, nothing but breathing on the other end. Whoever was doing this had resources, connections. They knew where I was at all times. The breaking point came when I returned to my apartment one final time to collect my belongings. The vent cover was open. Fresh scratches around the edges suggested someone had been inside recently. But this time, instead of finding evidence, I discovered something else. A camera, small, sophisticated, pointed directly at where I used to sleep. As I held that camera in my trembling hands, I realized the horrible truth. This wasn't just about past victims. I had become part of whatever sick game was being played in this building. The tooth, the note, the carved message, they weren't evidence of old crimes. They were bait, an invitation to investigate, to become obsessed, to make myself a target. I left everything behind that day, changed my name, moved far away, tried to start over. But the feeling of being watched never left. Every shadow seemed to hide someone familiar. Every maintenance worker, every landlord, every neighbor became a potential threat. The final message arrived at my new address exactly 1 year later. Not a note this time, but a package. Inside, wrapped in the same brown-stained paper towels, were dental records, my dental records, along with a single photograph taken through my new apartment window. And written on the back in careful handwriting, "We've been patient, time to come home." I stare at that photograph now, at my own face captured without my knowledge, and I understand something terrible. This was never about the previous tenants. It was never about solving a mystery. Some investigations lead you to the truth. Others lead you to become part of the lie. And sometimes you realize too late that you were never the investigator at all. You were always the prey. Crime 6, it began with the soil, little white bits that weren't perlite or eggshells. I reached in and pulled one out. It was a molar, human. I dumped the pot onto the floor and found 5 more. I threw the plant away. The next morning, the exact same pot was back in the kitchen, clean and blooming, new soil, but deeper in I found something harder than teeth, a key. It doesn't fit any door I own, but I keep hearing clicks in the hallway, locks turning that shouldn't exist. The landlord had mentioned the previous tenant only once, and only because I'd asked about the plants scattered throughout the apartment. Said she was a botanist, real quiet type, paid rent on time. Said she'd left suddenly one winter, no forwarding address. The plants stayed. Part of the lease agreement, he'd said with a shrug that seemed too casual. I'd lived with those plants for months before I started paying attention to them. The way they seemed to thrive despite my complete neglect. The way new shoots appeared overnight. The way the soil always looked freshly turned, even when I hadn't touched it in weeks. The key was brass, old-fashioned, with teeth that looked hand-filed. I carried it with me to work, rolling it between my fingers during meetings, feeling its weight. My colleagues started commenting on how distracted I seemed, how I'd zone out mid-conversation, staring at nothing. I started taking photos of the plants, not for any particular reason at first, just documenting their impossible growth. But when I looked at the images later, I noticed things I'd missed in person. Subtle discolorations in the soil, patterns that looked almost deliberate, like someone had been burying things systematically. The clicks in the hallway grew more frequent, always at night, always when I was alone. I'd creep to the door and listen, but the sounds would stop the moment my feet hit the floor. The neighbors claimed they heard nothing. The building was old, they said. Old buildings make sounds. I dug deeper into the botanist's background. The landlord had given me her name reluctantly, only after I'd pressed him about the lease agreement. She'd worked at the university until her disappearance. Her colleagues described her as methodical, obsessive about her research. She'd been studying root systems, how plants communicate through underground networks. Her last published paper was about symbiotic relationships, how some plants could sustain themselves on organic material that other organisms would reject. The paper had been rejected by every journal she'd submitted to. Too speculative, the reviewers said, not enough empirical evidence. I found her research notes in a box behind the water heater. pages and pages of meticulous handwriting documenting experiments I couldn't fully understand, references to subjects labeled only with numbers, measurements of growth rates that seemed impossible, and sketches, detailed drawings of root systems that looked more like nervous systems than plant anatomy. The notes mentioned a key, a master key that unlocked something she called the archive. She'd hidden it where no one would think to look, where it would be safe until someone understood the significance of her work. I returned to the plants with new eyes. Under the leaves, I found small metal tags with numbers that matched the ones in her notes. Each plant was part of an experiment. Each pot contained evidence of something I was only beginning to comprehend. The soil wasn't just soil. It was a mixture of compost and calcium phosphate and other materials that the notes identified only as biological samples. The plants weren't just growing. They were processing, breaking down what they'd been fed and converting it into something else. I called the university. The botanist's former supervisor seemed nervous when I mentioned her name, said she'd been brilliant but troubled, said her research had taken a dark turn before she vanished. When I asked about her disappearance, he paused too long before saying the police had never found any evidence of foul play. The clicks in the hallway had a pattern now. 3 short, 2 long, 3 short again, like a code, like someone trying to communicate through the walls themselves. I pressed the key against every surface I could find. The floorboards, the window frames, the heating vents, nothing. But the plants seemed to watch me as I searched, their leaves turning to follow my movement in ways that defied phototropism. Her final note was pressed between the pages of a botanical textbook, a confession of sorts, written in the same careful handwriting but with a shakier hand. She'd made a discovery, she wrote, something about the true nature of decomposition, about how consciousness might persist in ways science hadn't yet recognized. She'd been feeding the plants more than compost. The note ended with coordinates, not geographic coordinates, but measurements, distances from the kitchen window, depths below the surface, instructions for finding what she called the source. I followed her directions and found a loose floorboard beneath the largest plant. Under it, a metal box that the brass key opened easily. Inside, photographs, dozens of them. Pictures of people I didn't recognize, but whose faces seemed familiar in a way that made my skin crawl. Each photograph was labeled with a number that corresponded to one of the plants. Each plant that had been feeding on what remained of the person in the picture. The last photograph was of the botanist herself. The label read Subject 0. The plant it corresponded to was the one that had produced the key, the one that had been trying to tell me something from the beginning. I sit here now, surrounded by her garden of evidence, holding a camera with one last photograph waiting to be developed. A photograph I took of myself without remembering, a photograph that someone else must have taken while I slept. The soil is fresh tonight. The plants are hungry, and I finally understand why the clicks in the hallway have been growing louder. They're not coming from the hallway at all. They're coming from inside the walls where the roots have been spreading all along, connecting everything in ways I'm only now beginning to see. The key fits more than just the box. It fits into a pattern of disappearances that stretches back further than just one troubled botanist. A pattern that includes the previous tenant and the one before that, and probably the one before that too. But the most disturbing realization isn't about the plants or the remains or even the photographs. It's about the handwriting in those research notes, the careful, methodical script that documented each experiment with scientific precision. It's my handwriting. I recognize it now, though I have no memory of writing those words, no memory of conducting those experiments, no memory of becoming the next subject in a study that may have been going on much longer than I want to believe. The plants are growing teeth again, new ones, fresher ones, and I understand now that I'm not the investigator in this story. I never was. I'm just the latest participant in an experiment that began long before I moved into this apartment and will continue long after I'm gone. The key is warm in my hand, the clicks in the walls are getting louder, and somewhere in the distance I can hear the sound of fresh soil being turned. Crime 7, I never believed in the stories. Kids disappear, hikers vanish, strange lights at night, just folklore, until I started hearing the whispers. Soft pleading coming from the tree line. I followed them once. Found an old cellar door sunken in the dirt, padlocked shut but warm to the touch. I came back the next day with bolt cutters. Inside were rows of shoes, children's shoes, all lined up, and one shoe was still warm. Now I keep my curtains shut, because sometimes I see them. The kids just standing there, staring in. The detective assigned to the case had tired eyes and coffee stains on his shirt. He sat across from me in the station, studying my statement with the same expression I'd seen on grocery store clerks counting damaged goods. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everything in a sickly yellow glow that made my skin look like old paper. "You're saying you found this cellar on your own property," he said, not looking up from his notepad. His pen clicked against the metal desk surface, a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. "Behind the house, maybe 50 yards into the woods." My voice sounded strange in that sterile room, hollow and uncertain. The padlock was rusted, but the metal underneath was clean. Someone had been maintaining it. He finally looked at me then, and I saw something flicker across his face. Recognition, maybe, or resignation, and you cut the lock yourself. "I should have called you first, I know that now." The words tasted like copper pennies in my mouth, but I kept thinking about those whispers, about how they sounded so young. The detective's pen stopped clicking. He leaned back in his chair, and the leather creaked like old bones settling. "Tell me about the shoes again." I closed my eyes, but that only made it worse. The image was burned into my retinas like a photographer's negative. 12 pairs, all different sizes. Some were so small they could have belonged to toddlers. Others looked like they came from teenagers. They were arranged in perfect rows, like someone had been organizing them. "What kind of shoes?" "Sneakers mostly, a few sandals, one pair of rain boots with cartoon characters on them." I opened my eyes and met his gaze. They weren't old. Some still had that new shoe smell mixed with something else, something sweet and wrong. The detective wrote something down, his handwriting sharp and deliberate. "And you said one was warm." A small tennis shoe, white with pink laces. I touched it without thinking, and it was warm like someone had just taken it off. I rubbed my hands together, trying to chase away the memory of that unnatural heat. That's when I ran. He nodded slowly, but I could see the skepticism in the way he held his shoulders. "We'll need to process the scene. You understand you'll need to stay away from that area until we're finished." Of course, but even as I said it, I knew I wouldn't be able to resist looking. The woods behind my house had changed from a peaceful backdrop to something that watched me through my windows. Every shadow seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at it. The investigation took 3 days. I watched from my kitchen window as men in white suits photographed everything, bagged evidence, and measured distances. They worked methodically, like surgeons dissecting a patient. On the second day, they brought in a dog. a German shepherd that kept whining and pulling toward the deeper woods away from the cellar. The detective came back on the fourth day with a manila folder thick with papers. He sat in the same chair as before, but this time he didn't meet my eyes immediately. "We found traces of blood," he said without preamble. "Old blood soaked into the wooden shelves where the shoes were kept. Lab says it's from multiple sources, different blood types." My stomach twisted into a knot. How many? At least 5, maybe more. He opened the folder and pulled out a series of photographs, crime scene photos, stark and clinical. But here's the thing. We ran those shoes through the database, every single pair. I waited, my hands gripping the edge of the table, until my knuckles went white. None of them match any missing children reports, not from here, not from neighboring counties, not from anywhere in the state. He spread the photos across the table like a dealer showing cards. These shoes don't belong to anyone who's been reported missing. The words hit me like cold water. That's impossible. That's what I thought too. The detective's voice was flat, professional. So we expanded the search, checked national databases, cold cases going back decades, nothing. I stared at the photographs. Each shoe looked so innocent, so ordinary, the kind of footwear you'd see at any playground or school. Maybe the families never reported them missing. Maybe, but his tone suggested he didn't believe it. Or maybe these kids were never supposed to exist in the first place. The thought settled over me like a shroud. Children who weren't missed because no one knew they were gone. Children who lived in the spaces between official records and family memories, the forgotten ones. "There's something else," the detective said, pulling out another photograph. This one showed the interior of the cellar from a different angle. We found scratches on the walls, fresh ones, like someone had been kept down there recently. I could barely breathe. Recently. The wood shavings were still light-colored, hadn't had time to oxidize. He pointed to barely visible marks in the photograph, and we found something else, a recording device hidden behind one of the shelves. My blood turned to ice water. What kind of recording device? Digital voice recorder, the kind you can buy at any electronics store. He paused, studying my face. It was still recording when we found it. The room seemed to tilt sideways. What was on it? Hours of silence, then breathing, then whispers. The detective's voice dropped to barely above a whisper itself. The same whispers you described hearing from the woods. I felt like I was drowning in still water, but that means someone was down there. While I was walking around up here, someone was down there listening. The timestamp shows the last recording was made the night before you found the cellar. He closed the folder with a soft thud. Whoever was down there knew you were coming. The implications crashed over me like a wave. Someone had been watching me, had seen me walking to the edge of the woods, had heard me talking to myself about the whispers. They had known I would eventually follow the sounds to their hiding place. "The question is," the detective said, standing up and tucking the folder under his arm, "were they waiting for you specifically, or would any curious neighbor have done?" I didn't have an answer, but as I watched him walk away, I realized that the whispers had stopped. The woods behind my house were quiet now, but it wasn't the peaceful quiet of nature. It was the stillness of held breath, of someone waiting just out of sight. That night I stood at my bedroom window and stared into the darkness between the trees. The cellar door had been sealed with concrete, but I could still feel its presence like a tooth that aches long after it's been pulled. The children's shoes were locked away in an evidence room, but their ghosts still lined the shelves in my memory. And sometimes, just before dawn, I thought I could see them again. Small figures standing at the edge of the woods, watching my house with patient eyes, waiting for something I couldn't name and didn't want to understand. The case remains open. The detective calls it a cold case now, but I know better. Some cases aren't cold. They're just sleeping, waiting for the right moment to wake up and finish what they started. The woods behind my house are breathing again. Crime-ate, I shaved my head, so when thick black strands started flooding the tub, I got curious. I opened the drain cover and pulled. Out came a wad of hair and then something more, clumped fabric, a scrap of denim, a small button. I pulled harder. Out came a child's shirt soaked and cold. I called no one, just cleaned up and pretended it was some plumbing mix-up. But now the hair is back, and the shirt too, folded on my bed, dry and smelling of bleach. The building manager avoided my eyes when I mentioned the plumbing issue. He fumbled with his keys, muttering about old pipes and cross-connections between units. His explanation felt rehearsed, like he'd delivered it before. I watched his hands shake as he signed the work order. The way he gripped that pen reminded me of someone desperate to appear normal. I started paying attention to details I'd previously ignored. The neighbor upstairs had lived there for decades, yet I'd never heard children playing. The hallways carried strange sounds during late hours, dragging noises, muffled conversations that stopped abruptly when footsteps approached. The building's laundry room had a persistent chemical smell that burned my nostrils, stronger than any detergent should be. The shirt haunted me, cotton blend, size 6, with a cartoon character I recognized from a popular children's show. The fabric had been through industrial washing, the kind that strips color and leaves material stiff. I held it up to the light, searching for manufacturer tags, any identifying marks. The seams were hand-repaired with mismatched thread, suggesting someone cared enough to mend it repeatedly. I began documenting everything, every hair strand, every fabric scrap, every unusual smell. The pattern emerged slowly. Items appeared in cycles, always after heavy rainfall when the building's ancient drainage system struggled. The hair wasn't uniform, different textures, different lengths, suggesting multiple sources. Some strands had been chemically treated, others were natural. The youngest hair samples appeared delicate, almost translucent. My investigation led me to the building's basement records, files dating back 40 years, filled with complaints about plumbing issues, strange odors, and mysterious stains appearing in various units. Tenants reported finding personal items that didn't belong to them. A child's toy here, a piece of clothing there. The complaints always ended the same way, residents moving out suddenly, leaving no forwarding address. The current tenant upstairs had filed multiple maintenance requests over the years. Water damage, persistent odors, structural concerns about the flooring. Each request was marked as resolved, but the dates showed repairs happening repeatedly in the same areas. The documentation painted a picture of someone trying to maintain normal appearances while dealing with ongoing issues that required constant attention. I decided to speak with former tenants. The few I could locate shared similar stories, unexplained items appearing in their units, maintenance staff who seemed nervous and evasive, and a general feeling that something wasn't right about the building's management. One former resident mentioned finding children's belongings despite never having kids visit. Another described persistent odors that cleaning couldn't eliminate. The breakthrough came from an unlikely source. A maintenance worker new to the building approached me with concerns about the plumbing system. He discovered that the drainage from the upper units connected in ways that defied standard building codes. The pipes had been modified, creating pathways that shouldn't exist. When he brought this to management's attention, He was told it was grandfathered under old regulations and not to discuss it with residents. I followed the pipe system through building blueprints, tracing the connections between units. The modifications created a network that allowed materials to flow between apartments in seemingly impossible ways. The upstairs unit had additional plumbing connections that weren't reflected in official records. These unauthorized modifications had been in place for decades, suggesting long-term planning rather than simple maintenance shortcuts. The chemical smell in the laundry room intensified during my visits. I noticed that certain washing machines were used exclusively by one tenant, the person upstairs. These machines had been modified with extra drain connections and industrial-grade filtration systems. The detergent used wasn't standard household product, but commercial-grade chemicals designed for heavy-duty cleaning applications. My research into the building's history revealed gaps in tenant records. Children who had lived there appeared in lease agreements but not in school enrollment records. Family units that moved in with multiple children but left with fewer. The discrepancies were subtle, easy to dismiss individually, but collectively they suggested a pattern of missing people who had simply vanished from documentation. The neighbor upstairs worked irregular hours, often leaving and returning during periods when other tenants were away. I began tracking these patterns, noting that the hair and fabric items in my drain always appeared after these unexplained absences. The timing wasn't coincidental, it was methodical, calculated to avoid detection. I confronted the building manager with my findings. His reaction was immediate and telling. He offered to transfer me to another unit, then suggested I might be happier in a different building entirely. When I pressed for explanations about the plumbing modifications, he became agitated, insisting that I was misunderstanding normal building maintenance. His eagerness to relocate me confirmed that my investigation had uncovered something significant. The truth crystallized during a late evening when I heard water running upstairs for hours. The sound was different from normal shower use, more purposeful, like someone washing large items repeatedly. The chemical smell permeated my apartment, so strong it made my eyes water. When I checked my drain the next morning, it was filled with more hair and fabric than ever before. I realized I was living directly below someone who had been using the building's plumbing system to dispose of evidence for years. The hair belonged to victims whose disappearances had been carefully orchestrated to avoid detection. The children's clothing had been systematically destroyed, piece by piece, using my drain as an unintentional disposal route. But here's what keeps me awake. I've been living here for 2 years, and my lease application required references, background checks, and detailed personal information. The person upstairs would have known about my habits, my schedule, my tendency to ignore unusual occurrences. They chose to live above someone who would be unlikely to investigate or report suspicious activity. The shirt on my bed wasn't placed there by accident. It was a message, a warning, or perhaps a test to see how I would react. Someone has been watching my investigation, monitoring my movements, and deciding whether I pose a threat to their carefully constructed system. I still haven't called anyone, because I'm beginning to suspect that the person responsible has connections within the building management, possibly even local authorities. The maintenance records, the modified plumbing, the convenient explanations, they all suggest a network of people who have been facilitating these activities for decades. The hair keeps coming. Each strand represents someone who trusted the wrong person, who walked into a situation they couldn't escape. And I'm living in the middle of it, watching evidence flow through my drain while the perpetrator continues their work directly above my head. I don't know how many victims there have been or how many more there will be, but I know that moving away won't solve anything. The system will continue, and someone else will inherit my apartment, my drain, and my terrible knowledge of what's really happening here. The most disturbing part isn't what I've discovered, it's what I haven't. How many other buildings have similar setups? How many other tenants are unknowingly living below crime scenes? How many missing persons cases could be solved by examining the plumbing systems of seemingly normal apartment buildings? I keep the shirt in my drawer now, wrapped in plastic, evidence of something horrific that I can't prove, can't report, and can't ignore. Every time I shower, I wonder whose hair will appear next. Every time I hear footsteps upstairs, I wonder if they're coming for me. Because if they've been watching my investigation, they know I've figured out their system. And if they've been operating for decades without detection, they've certainly developed methods for handling problems like me. The hair in my drain isn't just evidence of past crimes, it's a preview of future ones. And I'm no longer sure if I'm the investigator or the next victim. Crime 9, I heard the knocking for weeks, soft taps, then scratching. I blamed mice. Until I knocked back and got an answer, a voice, hoarse, tired, pleading. I broke through the drywall in my bedroom. Found insulation wiring in a narrow passageway that shouldn't have been there, just wide enough for a person to crawl. I followed it. At the end, a mattress, a radio, a stack of empty food cans, and a message scrawled in marker. I was safe until you opened it. Now the voice doesn't come from the wall. It whispers from inside my closet. But that's not where this story begins. It begins with the real estate listing that brought me to this house. The price was too good. The seller seemed eager, almost desperate. When I asked about the previous owner, he looked away and muttered something about a family emergency. I should have pressed harder. The house felt wrong from the first night. Not haunted wrong, just off. Doors that didn't quite close properly. Windows that let in drafts from impossible angles. The bedroom where I found the passage had wallpaper that didn't match the rest of the house. Newer, like someone had recently covered something up. I started researching the property records downtown. The house had changed hands 6 times in the past decade. Each owner stayed less than 2 years. Most left no forwarding address. The clerk helping me seemed nervous when I mentioned the street address. She kept glancing toward her supervisor, who eventually came over and suggested I might want to check the newspaper archives instead. The archives revealed fragments, a missing person report from 3 years ago, a young woman who worked at the local grocery store. She'd been living with her boyfriend in a rental house, my house. The report mentioned she'd been afraid of someone following her. Her boyfriend told police she'd been hearing noises in the walls, claiming someone was watching her. He dismissed it as stress from work. She vanished on a Tuesday. Her boyfriend said she'd left for her shift but never arrived. Her car was found in the store parking lot, keys still in the ignition. The case went cold within months. The boyfriend moved away shortly after. I found myself driving past that grocery store, studying the employees, wondering if any of them remembered her. The manager, an older man with tired eyes, seemed to recognize something when I mentioned the address. He led me to the break room and closed the door. She'd been terrified those last few weeks, he told me. Kept saying someone was in her house. She'd asked to change her shifts, wanted to work only during daylight. She'd started sleeping at friends' houses. The boyfriend had grown frustrated with her paranoia. There had been arguments, loud ones. The manager's hands shook slightly as he poured coffee. He'd liked her. Everyone had. She was kind, reliable. The type who remembered customers' names and asked about their families. The type who didn't just disappear without a word. I drove back to the house that evening with a sick feeling in my stomach. The passage I'd found suddenly felt different, not like a hiding place, like a prison. The mattress had indentations, worn spots where someone had lain for extended periods. The radio was tuned to a station that played soft music, the kind you'd use to mask other sounds. I called the police. The officer who responded was younger than I'd expected, with a notepad he barely used. He took photos of the passage, measured the dimensions, bagged the empty cans. But when I mentioned the missing woman, his demeanor changed. He made phone calls from his car, speaking in hushed tones I couldn't decipher. A detective arrived an hour later, older, weathered, with eyes that had seen too much. He crawled through the passage himself, emerged covered in dust and insulation. We stood in my bedroom as he studied the message on the wall. I was safe until you opened it. The detective's name was Rodriguez. He'd worked the missing person case, he told me, had always suspected the boyfriend but could never prove anything. The girl, he used her name, but I won't repeat it here, had made several calls to the department in those final weeks. Reports of someone in her house, strange noises, items moved around. Each time, officers found nothing. Rodriguez showed me photos from the original investigation. The house looked different then. The bedroom where I'd found the passage had different wallpaper, older, faded. The current wallpaper covered construction work that hadn't been in the police photos. Someone had built that passage after the investigation ended. We sat at my kitchen table as Rodriguez explained what he thought had happened. The boyfriend hadn't killed her in a moment of rage. This was planned, calculated. He'd likely held her in that passage while police searched the house, while neighbors were questioned, while her photo was distributed and search parties combed the surrounding area. The food cans were a specific brand sold only at the grocery store where she worked. The dates stamped on them suggested she'd been kept alive for weeks, maybe months, fed by someone who knew her schedule, her habits, her fears. Rodriguez's theory was that the boyfriend had eventually killed her and disposed of the body. Then he'd sealed up the passage, covered it with new wallpaper, and played the grieving partner until public attention faded. He'd sold the house to the first buyer and disappeared. But theories aren't proof. The passage had been wiped clean, no fingerprints, no DNA evidence. The message on the wall was written in marker, impossible to date. Even the food cans had been handled with gloves, apparently. Whoever did this understood forensics, had planned for eventual discovery. I stayed in the house for 2 more weeks while Rodriguez tried to track down the boyfriend. Every night I checked the closet. Every creak in the walls made my skin crawl. The voice I'd initially heard had been my imagination, I knew that now, but the real horror was worse than any ghost. Rodriguez called on a Thursday morning. They'd found the boyfriend working under a different name in another state. When confronted, he'd confessed immediately, with a casual indifference that chilled everyone in the room. He'd led them to where he'd buried her body, even gave them details about how he'd constructed the passage while she was at work, how he'd soundproofed it, how long he'd kept her there. But here's what keeps me awake. When they arrested him, he asked only one question. Did whoever bought the house find the other room? Rodriguez thought he was trying to mislead them, create false leads. They searched every inch of my house again and found nothing. I moved out the next week, sold the house to a demolition company who tore it down within the month. But sometimes, late at night, I wonder about that question, about the houses on either side of mine, about the pattern of short-term ownership throughout the neighborhood, about how many missing person cases might be explained by someone who understood that the best hiding place isn't where no one looks, it's where everyone has already looked and found nothing. The boyfriend was convicted and sentenced to life. The case was closed. Justice served according to the papers. But Rodriguez retired early, and when I asked him why, he just said some cases never really end. I drive past that empty lot sometimes, where my house used to stand. The lot on the left sold recently to a young couple. The husband works construction. The wife mentioned to neighbors that they're planning renovations, new wallpaper in the bedroom. I should probably warn them, but warn them about what? A man who's already in prison, a passage that's already been destroyed, a voice that might have been nothing more than my own imagination. Instead, I listen for reports of missing persons in that neighborhood, for complaints about noises in walls, for real estate listings with prices too good to be true. Because the thing about true crime is that it's never really solved. It just moves, changes address, finds new walls to hide behind, new voices to silence. And somewhere in a house I'll never identify, someone else is hearing soft taps in the walls, blaming mice until they knock back. Story 10. The old Polaroid held secrets within its faded edges, a silent witness to a birthday long past. Faces frozen in time, candles casting gentle flickers of light, nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. Yet when the daughter inherited the box of forgotten memories, she saw it, a presence lurking in the background of each photograph, growing closer with each passing image. A man, shrouded in shadow, standing just beyond the glow of the celebratory candles. He did not belong to the joyous scenes captured on film. No one could recall him being there, and yet there he was, a haunting figure that seemed to materialize out of thin air. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while sorting through her mother's attic in the wake of her passing. A simple cardboard box labeled Memories held a trove of moments from bygone days, moments that should have brought solace and nostalgia. Instead, they became the harbingers of a chilling revelation. In the initial photograph, he was barely discernible, a mere silhouette lingering at the periphery during a childhood birthday celebration. As Sarah sifted through the images, the dark figure seemed to move, inching closer with each snapshot. By the third picture, he stood ominously behind a relative, unnoticed by all in the frame. Trembling with unease, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers to the mystery that unfolded before her eyes. "Dad, who is this man that appears in the background of all these photos?" she questioned, her voice quivering with apprehension. A pregnant pause followed by a sharp inhale was her father's initial response. "What man? There should be no one but family," he finally replied, his voice tinged with disbelief. Seeking clarity, Sarah captured digital images of the Polaroids and sent them to her father, only to receive a call fraught with an uncharacteristic tremor in his voice. "This can't be. We would have noticed a stranger," he uttered, his words heavy with a sense of foreboding. Detective Marcus Reed became entwined in the enigma as Sarah laid out the photographs on his desk, the patter of rain against the windows creating a backdrop of melancholic rhythm. With a practiced eye, the detective scrutinized each image, his expression betraying a growing intrigue. "No one recognized this individual?" he inquired, his tone neutral yet laced with curiosity. "No one," Sarah affirmed, arranging the photos in a sequential order that revealed a chilling progression. As the detective delved deeper, the once dismissed paranoia transformed into a tangible reality. The shadowy figure moved deliberately through the frames, drawing closer to the unsuspecting children with each passing snapshot. In the final picture, he loomed directly behind Sarah's youthful self, a spectral hand outstretched towards her shoulder, just beyond the frame's edge. Speculations of the photographer's presence were swiftly dispelled, as Sarah revealed that her mother had been the one behind the lens, setting the timer and stepping into the frame herself. Copies of the images were made, a case file opened, and an investigation launched. Interviews with surviving attendees yielded no recognition of the mysterious man. No hired help, no uninvited guests, only a secluded countryside setting chosen for its privacy. Facial recognition software faltered, the figure remaining deliberately obscured in each photo, as if aware of the camera's gaze. Yet a sense of purpose emanated from his stance, his movements calculated and precise. The breakthrough came when a computer specialist enhanced the images, unveiling hidden details beneath the decades-old degradation. A scar, a ring, a partial reflection, all pieces of a puzzle that led to the revelation of a long-buried secret. Dental records linked the shadowy figure to Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who had vanished after being tied to unsolved child abductions that had plagued the region years ago. Further discoveries unearthed a sinister connection between Keller and the disappearances that had haunted families for decades. Items found buried beneath the foundation of his former residence painted a grim picture of his deeds: a hair clip, a toy car, a bracelet, all belonging to missing children whose fates had remained shrouded in mystery. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the haunting images that had unraveled a web of horror, Sarah received a call from the detective bearing grim news. Remains discovered near one of the vacation properties had been identified through DNA analysis as one of the long-lost children. The final piece of the puzzle fell into place as Sarah gazed at the last birthday photo, the warm glow of the candles contrasting with the chilling presence that lingered behind her younger self. The shadowy figure, once a silent specter in the family photos, had finally been exposed to the light of justice. Decades of concealed atrocities had come to light, offering closure to grieving families, but also reopening wounds long thought healed. As Sarah carefully placed the photos back in their box, they served as a haunting reminder that sometimes the most insidious threats are those that lurk unseen within the captured moments of our past, moving through celebrations unnoticed, leaving behind a trail of hidden terrors in their wake. Story 11, the wooden plank shifted beneath her weight, catching her attention with a soft creak. Intrigued, she knelt down and traced her fingers along the edges, sensing a hidden void beneath the seemingly solid floor. With delicate precision, she lifted the boards, revealing a dark, narrow space that lay concealed beneath her new home. At first, only dust and cobwebs greeted her gaze, but as her eyes adjusted to the dim light, shapes began to take form. A mattress, a chair, and in the corner, a weathered notebook filled with pages upon pages bearing a single name, her own name repeated endlessly. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman, her presence a steady anchor as Sarah peered into the shadowed depths below. It wasn't just the discovery of a hidden room that unsettled Sarah. It was the violation of her sanctuary, the intrusion of a sinister presence into what should have been a fresh start. "Don't disturb anything," Detective Reed's voice was a soothing command as she flicked on her flashlight, casting a gentle glow that revealed more of the concealed chamber. The walls were adorned with photographs, surveillance snapshots capturing Sarah's every move, her routines, her interactions with friends, a macabre shrine of obsession nestled beneath her very feet. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an elderly recluse who had passed away with no known kin. The property had sat vacant for months before Sarah had purchased it, lured by its charm and the promise of minor renovations. The inspections had yielded no hint of the hidden room lurking beneath. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah murmured. "The neighbors spoke of him as a recluse. I was told the basement access had been sealed off long ago." Crime scene investigators arrived, their footsteps echoing on the wooden floors as they meticulously documented every detail, extracting the mattress, chair, and the haunting notebook from the concealed space. Forensic analysis revealed a labyrinth of Walter Green's fingerprints scattered throughout, weaving a chilling tale of his clandestine obsession. What sent shivers down the spines of the investigators was the timeline they unraveled. Through utility records and dated photographs, it became clear that Walter had been surveilling Sarah for at least 3 years before his demise. He had shadowed her steps, shared the same spaces, all unbeknownst to Sarah. This level of fixation often escalates, the department psychologist explained somberly. From fantasy to action, the hidden room suggests a more sinister intent. Detective Reed's investigation took an unexpected turn during an interview with Walter's former coworker from the local shopping center's maintenance department. Nervous and fidgety, the man finally confessed. Walter used to talk about her, said she reminded him of someone. I thought it was harmless, just an old man's infatuation. His gaze fell, haunted by unspoken realizations. Did he ever mention any plans involving her? Reed pressed, her gaze unwavering. Not plans, but he had this phrase he'd repeat. She belongs with me. I brushed it off as ramblings. With a warrant in hand, Reed delved into Walter's untouched workplace locker, revealing a key that led them to a storage unit registered in his name. The metallic door screeched open to unveil a meticulous replica of Sarah's past life, her furniture, her belongings all painstakingly recreated. A mannequin bearing her likeness sat at a replica desk, a chilling imitation of Sarah's existence. And on the calendar, a date circled in red with a single ominous word, together. Walter's past revealed a troubling history of obsession, stemming from a youthful infatuation with a teacher that had led to his institutionalization for erotomania. Released and seemingly reformed, decades passed until Sarah unwittingly triggered his dormant fixation. Spread across the conference table, crime scene photos painted a haunting picture of Walter's delusion. In his mind they shared a bond, Reed explained softly, a bond that he believed was destined. Could she have unknowingly encouraged this fixation? A detective pondered. Reed shook her head. Sometimes a mere glance can spark obsession. For someone like him, it may have been enough. Sarah chose to part ways with the house, unable to shake the specter of Walter's presence. During a final walkthrough, she stood in the empty room, her voice barely a whisper. I can't help but wonder what might have happened if he hadn't been stopped. How long would I have lived here, oblivious to the eyes watching from beneath? With Walter's passing, the case was closed, labeled as stalking with intent, though the intended abduction never came to fruition. Sarah relocated, altering her routines, guarding her privacy with newfound vigilance. Detective Reed kept a silent vigil, an unspoken acknowledgement of how narrowly Sarah had evaded becoming another victim. The cottage passed into new hands, oblivious to its dark history. The hidden room was sealed, the floorboards replaced, life moving forward. Yet for those privy to the truth, the tale of the room beneath the floor served as a haunting reminder of unseen threats, of monsters who lurk in shadows, and of the fragile lines separating safety from peril. Story 12. The parcel arrived mysteriously, devoid of any clues to its origin. No return label, no tracking number, just a damp cardboard box glistening with morning dew. It wasn't intended for Sarah Miller, the rightful resident of the address, but fate had other plans. Curiosity beckoned her, urging her to unveil the contents within. She could have easily left it untouched on the porch, but the allure of the unknown prevailed. With cautious hands, she tore away the tape, anticipating mundane items like books or clothes. However, what awaited her was far from ordinary: a VHS tape and a solitary sticky note that commanded, "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic cassette, sensing an inexplicable weight to it, as if carrying the burden of forbidden knowledge. Her fingertips traced the tape's weathered edges, feeling the subtle imperfections etched into the plastic. The note, hastily written with urgency, bore the telltale marks of pressure, each stroke laden with significance. Amidst the backdrop of her tranquil suburban neighborhood, with its familiar sounds, a distant dog's bark, children's laughter, the rhythmic hum of a lawnmower, Sarah grappled with conflicting emotions. She brought the enigmatic package inside, placing it on her kitchen counter, where doubts began to cloud her mind. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, held no meaning in her world. Having resided in the house for years, she had never encountered mail addressed to this unfamiliar name. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had long departed, leaving behind a legacy of cherished memories. Curiosity intertwined with unease as Sarah glanced at her antiquated VCR, a relic of nostalgia. There was a magnetic pull to the tape, shrouded in a veil of mystery. Against her better judgment, she inserted the tape into the machine. Static initially danced on the screen, gradually morphing into clarity. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a solitary lamp casting elongated shadows. The camera's placement seemed hurried, capturing a man seated in a wooden chair, his features initially obscured by darkness. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice resonated, a blend of quiet resolve. "If you're watching this, they've found you, and they'll soon find me as well." As Daniel leaned in, his weary countenance emerged, eyes etched with exhaustion, stubble adorning his face, hair disheveled. "I am innocent," he asserted, his voice tinged with desperation. "They framed me, planted evidence to incriminate me in a crime I didn't commit." The camera angle shifted, unveiling a Spartan room devoid of personal touches, a transient sanctuary for someone poised to flee at a moment's notice. "They orchestrated everything," Daniel continued, his voice quivering with emotion. "The police report will paint me as the villain, but I swear I never laid a hand on her." Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized the identical tape on her desk, pondering the implications of Daniel's plea. A man accused of a heinous crime, yet his words hinted at a deeper conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. 5 tapes, 5 recipients, all bearing witness to Daniel's anguished confession. The investigation into Catherine Walsh's murder took an unexpected turn as Ramirez delved into the enigmatic web of deceit. Walsh, a valiant whistleblower against PharmaCorp, had unearthed damning evidence of corporate malfeasance. Her untimely demise coincided with Daniel Whitaker's abrupt disappearance, casting a shadow of doubt over the supposedly closed case. The detective unearthed unsettling anomalies, meticulously planted DNA evidence, rehearsed witness testimonies, and conveniently corrupted surveillance footage. As the pieces of the puzzle gradually coalesced, a chilling truth emerged from the shadows. A second package arrived at Sarah's doorstep, containing a trove of incriminating documents, test reports, internal memos, emails bearing Walsh's digital signature, all pointing to a sinister cover-up orchestrated by PharmaCorp. Collaborating with Ramirez and other tape recipients, Sarah embarked on a quest to unravel the intricate tapestry of deception woven around Daniel Whitaker. Through a series of revelations, they uncovered the machinations of a malevolent scheme, orchestrated by high-ranking executives intent on silencing the truth. In a nondescript storage unit, they stumbled upon irrefutable proof of Daniel's innocence, a journal detailing the elaborate frame-up, meticulously penned by PharmaCorp's head of security. Justice, albeit belated, prevailed as the perpetrators were brought to account. 3 executives faced indictments, while the head of security struck a deal to testify against his former accomplices. The veil of lies was lifted, exposing the dark underbelly of corporate greed and corruption. Daniel Whitaker emerged from the shadows, a changed man marked by the crucible of injustice. In a poignant encounter with Sarah, he revealed the algorithmic randomness that led the package to her doorstep, a twist of fate that ultimately unraveled a nefarious conspiracy. As the VHS tapes found their place in the annals of evidence, a poignant truth lingered. The revelation of hidden truths often arrives in unexpected packages, beckoning the curious to peer beyond the facade of deception. Story 13. As she crossed the threshold, dust danced in the stagnant air of the abandoned house. Years of neglect had left the walls peeling, the furniture cloaked in ghostly sheets. Each step she took felt like a pause frozen in time, a moment suspended in an eternal hush except for one eerie anomaly. The doors, no matter which one she opened, they all ushered her back to the same chamber. Every twist of a handle, every hallway traversed, led her back to the parlor. The only escape seemed to be retracing her initial path, yet when she pivoted, the entrance had vanished into thin air. The desolate Victorian residence, once a mere curiosity for locals, transformed into a scene of intrigue and foreboding with the discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form. Detective Sarah Lind lingered at the threshold, observing as shadowy figures of forensic experts drifted through the dimness like phantoms. This house had garnered a reputation among the townsfolk, a place where compasses spun aimlessly, where whispers of unseen watchers echoed. Now it harbored secrets far more sinister than mere hearsay. The preliminary assessment indicates she passed approximately 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his voice barely audible. The cause of death appears to be suffocation. Morgan was found seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene, hands clasped gently in her lap, her gaze fixed towards the entrance as if awaiting a visitor. No signs of struggle, no marks of defense. The stillness of the scene unsettled even seasoned investigators. "Who stumbled upon the body?" Lind inquired, scanning her notes. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner responded. They entered, spotted her seated there, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew closer. Since the passing of the previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years prior, the house had stood vacant, entangled in legal disputes, unwanted and forsaken, save for the occasional intruder seeking thrills. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had a keen interest in spaces that defied conventional norms. Her friends painted a picture of a meticulous and ambitious individual, captivated by structures that challenged the ordinary. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind remarked. Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. Investigations unveiled Morgan's repeated visits to the mysterious house in the weeks leading to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled peculiar acoustics, sudden chills, and doors that appeared to unveil different rooms each time they swung open. In her final musings, she alluded to bringing specialized equipment to document what she termed spatial incongruities. Regrettably, this equipment remained elusive. During the autopsy, an unexpected revelation emerged: traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, a derivative from a plant utilized in certain shamanic ceremonies. While the substance could induce disorientation and vivid visions, the quantities detected were insufficient to be fatal. She wasn't one to dabble in recreational substances, her boyfriend affirmed during questioning. Morgan was meticulous in her research practices. Deliberately distorting her perceptions would have been out of character. Digital scrutiny of Morgan's phone unveiled fragments of deleted messages, exchanges with an individual who shared her fascination with the enigmatic house, someone claiming to grasp its enigmas. The messages evolved from the enigmatic to the intimate. The house retains its memories, one message hinted. It yearns for someone to unravel its truths. The trail led investigators to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian engaged in correspondence with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena captivated her, forging a bond that transcended professional realms. Reeves appeared genuinely devastated by Morgan's demise. "The house carries a reputation," he divulged. "The original designer embedded optical illusions and deceptive perspectives within its structure. It was meant to bewilder and disorient. Morgan believed there was a deeper layer to it, something beyond mere trickery of design." Yet Reeves possessed an alibi for the presumed time of Morgan's passing, substantiated by security footage from a university symposium miles away. A breakthrough materialized from an unexpected source, Alina Blackwood's grandson, residing overseas. Upon interaction with investigators, he unveiled a long-held family secret, cloaked in generations of silence. "My grandmother wasn't the only Blackwood to perish within those walls," he divulged. "Others followed suit, always discovered in the parlor, always appearing serene. The family dubbed it the claiming." He provided journals spanning decades, detailing deaths initially attributed to natural causes like heart failure or stroke. The recurring theme was unmistakable individuals ensnared within the house eventually succumbed to what the family cryptically termed the influence. Further exploration of the property unveiled a concealed compartment behind the parlor hearth. Within this clandestine chamber lay Morgan's missing equipment, alongside a curious revelation: an alcove housing relics from diverse indigenous cultures, meticulously arranged in a precise geometric configuration. At its core rested a weathered figurine, its features smoothed by the touch of countless hands across time. Analysis identified the figurine as embodying a deity linked to liminal realms, transitional thresholds between worlds. Traces of the alkaloid were detected on these artifacts, mirroring the compound found in Morgan's system. The case took a macabre twist as forensic analysis of dust patterns within the house hinted at a presence beyond Morgan. Partial fingerprints, incongruous with Morgan's or any known visitor, surfaced on doorknobs throughout the residence. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered lifeless in his dwelling. Like Morgan, he was seated, visage serene, the same alkaloid present in his system. Clutched in his grasp was a key, unmatching any lock within his abode, but fitting flawlessly into the concealed alcove of the Victorian. In his final correspondence, sent to himself as if etching a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't ensnare you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct, the doors lead to where they always have, yet something convinces you of a circular path. Once the verity dawns on you, departure is within reach, but by then, the desire to leave has waned. Officially, the case remains unresolved, catalogued as suspicious deaths under scrutiny. The Victorian structure has since been condemned, its entry barricaded by authorities. Nonetheless, whispers endure of flickering lights glimpsed within on certain evenings, and of guests who vanish into its depths, never to emerge. Some locals assert the house claims those who fathom its mysteries too deeply. Others propose that Morgan and Reeves unearthed a potent and ancient force, one residing within the interstices of conventional reality. The verity remains as elusive as an exit in a house where every door circles back to the commencement. Story 14. Once upon a time, there was a quaint coffee shop that had become a familiar sanctuary for a mysterious man. Every day, he would enter quietly, order his usual black coffee with no sugar, and retreat to his corner table where he would immerse himself in solitude. The barista recognized his face, but his true identity remained a secret to all. Then one day, the man failed to make his customary appearance. Concerned, the police were called to investigate. As they searched the shop, they stumbled upon his forgotten wallet, a driver's license inside bearing a photo but lacking any personal details, as if his very existence had been erased. Detective Sarah Mercer took charge of the peculiar case, delving into the enigma of the man now known only as John Doe. Reviewing the security footage, she witnessed his ordinary entrance, his routine coffee order, and his sudden, inexplicable disappearance. He had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. Determined to unravel the mystery, Mercer scrutinized every clue. The wallet contained only blank spaces where a name and address should have been. Credit cards led to nowhere, and even the phone number on a mysterious business card yielded no answers. It was as if the man had slipped through the cracks of reality, leaving behind a void in his wake. The barista, the only one with some insight into the man's habits, revealed that he had always been a solitary figure, quietly scribbling away in a notebook without engaging in conversation. His silence only added to the eerie aura surrounding his sudden disappearance. The notebook itself proved to be a puzzle, filled with cryptic symbols and sketches of unfamiliar buildings. Mercer enlisted the help of code breakers and artists to decipher its contents, but each page seemed to deepen the mystery rather than illuminate it. As the investigation progressed, Mercer noticed a strange anomaly in the security footage, a flicker in time whenever the man entered the coffee shop. Intrigued, she returned to the scene of the enigma and discovered a peculiar antique mirror hanging between the entrance and the restroom hallway. The mirror, intricately carved with symbols reminiscent of those in the man's notebook, seemed to hold a secret within its reflective surface. When touched, it emanated an unusual warmth, hinting at hidden depths beyond its glassy facade. Upon closer inspection, a hidden compartment behind the mirror revealed a cache of identical wallets, each bearing the man's photo, but devoid of any personal information. A journal found among the wallets chronicled experiments in temporal manipulation and identity transference, hinting at a world beyond the one they knew. As Mercer pieced together the fragments of the man's existence, strange occurrences began to unfold around the coffee shop. Reflections moved independently, sightings of the man persisted despite his absence, and a sense of otherworldly presence permeated the air. A breakthrough came in the form of a retired physicist, Margaret Keller, who shed light on the man's true identity, Daniel Weston, a brilliant mind lost to the realms of quantum mirrors and parallel realities. Weston had theorized that certain locations could serve as gateways between worlds, and the coffee shop stood at the nexus of these intersecting realities. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Mercer uncovered the connection between Weston's disappearance and the building's history. The coffee shop had been erected atop the very laboratory where Weston had conducted his groundbreaking research, blurring the boundaries between science and the supernatural. In a chilling revelation, Mercer witnessed on the security footage the existence of two versions of Weston, one watching the other with a gaze that pierced through the veil of reality. The mirror shattered, leaving behind a final warning etched in Weston's familiar handwriting, a closing of the window between worlds. The case of the man who defied existence remained an enigma, unsolved and haunting in its implications. The coffee shop faded into memory, the building razed to the ground, and Weston's fate forever entwined with the mysteries of the universe. And so Detective Mercer, touched by the unearthly events she had witnessed, retreated into a world of her own making, where echoes of Weston's experiments lingered in the shadows. A fragment of the antique mirror adorned her wall, a reminder of the thin veil between reality and the unknown, a boundary that once, for a fleeting moment, had been breached. Story 15. In the quiet town nestled among the trees, there was a house that was never spoken of. It stood solitary, its windows dark, its porch weary from the weight of time. No one laid claim to it, and its origins remained a mystery lost to the whispers of the wind. But one day a group of hikers strayed too close and stumbled upon a peculiar site names carved into the aged wooden siding, etched deep like ominous messages. Among the list at the very bottom was a name unfamiliar to them all, and as one of them softly uttered, trembling, "That belongs to me." When the call came in the dead of night, the dispatch classified it as a routine trespassing incident. Mason Wright, the leader of the hikers who found his name engraved on the forsaken house, spoke with a quiver in his voice. The responding officers anticipated nothing more than juvenile mischief or a prank gone awry, but what awaited them defied rational explanation. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as dusk descended upon the forest, her flashlight piercing the veil of shadows to reveal the weathered facade of the structure. The names 27 in total etched vertically on the eastern wall, some faded with time, others sharp as if freshly carved, and at the base, Mason Wright, the incision still fragrant with the scent of sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason insisted, his words materializing in the frosty air. "I cannot fathom how anyone would know my name." Thus the inquiry commenced, delving into the backgrounds of each name inscribed. What the investigators unearthed sent shivers down their spines. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 40 years, each disappearance linked to solitary hikes. Some cases remained unsolved, while others lingered as open wounds. But the common thread was chilling. The vanished souls had all ventured into the woods alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the nuances in depth, technique, and weathering. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, harked back to a missing persons file from 37 years past, a tale of a young woman swallowed by the woods, never to be seen again save for a lone boot by a stream. Detective Keller probed Mason relentlessly, yet his account held steady. He bore no ties to the area besides this trek with his college comrades, chosen at random from an online suggestion. His past bore no resemblance to that of the other names etched on the wall. The focus then shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's designated photographer, shared snapshots captured during their expedition. Upon scrutiny, analysts discerned a disconcerting presence, a blurred figure lurking in the background of 3 distinct photographs. A figure reminiscent of a tall, slender man, perpetually obscured by the foliage. "We encountered no one else along the trail," Emily affirmed. "We would have remembered." With a resolute air, Detective Keller ordered a thorough exploration of the house's interior. While the upper levels lay abandoned, cloaked in dust and disarray, a harrowing discovery awaited in the basement. Personal effects belonging to the missing hikers were meticulously arrayed on wooden shelves: watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each tagged with a name matching those on the exterior wall. Technicians meticulously cataloged the items, unearthing haunting bloodstains beneath layers of attempted cleansing. Despite the absence of bodies beneath the house, Cadaver dogs signaled fervently towards the dense thicket at the rear of the property. As the investigation deepened, Mason's behavior took a sinister turn. He recounted eerie episodes, whispers at his threshold, enigmatic footprints leading to his door but never away, shadowy figures loitering in the street. The breakthrough materialized with the excavation of county archives, unveiling that the house had once belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood, an enigmatic figure who vanished 15 years past, his disappearance slipping through the cracks of official scrutiny. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller probed further into the encompassing wilderness. Within the labyrinth of the forest, a network of primitive hunting blinds emerged, strategically positioned along frequented trails. One blind yielded a journal brimming with meticulous observations, notes on hikers, their routes, gear, and routines. The entries metamorphosed into a sinister chronicle of human quarry, culminating in detailed accounts of each victim on the wall. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned jurisdictions, with helicopters scouring the canopy and tactical units scouring every crevice. Yet the elusive hunter eluded capture. Mason Wright withdrew from the world, his whereabouts unknown, until a chilling revelation transpired during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's abode. Concealed behind a false wall in the basement lay a workshop outfitted with woodworking tools, jars of preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden plaque bearing a name that struck a chord with Detective Keller. It belonged to the head forensic technician who had processed the house during the initial inquiry, a technician who had vanished without a trace. Law enforcement encircled the house with unwavering vigilance, deploying surveillance apparatus and motion sensors. And on a fateful night, the sensors stirred to life. Security footage captured a figure materializing from the shadows, impossibly tall, unnaturally slender, advancing towards the house with preternatural ease. As the tactical units closed in, the cameras faltered momentarily, only to reveal the figure had vanished into thin air. To this day, the house stands under ceaseless surveillance, a sentinel guarding the secrets within. Mason Wright and the forensic technician remain missing, the investigation perpetuating as similar vanishings plague wooded realms afar. The names etched on that accursed wall have transcended into myth among law enforcers, a dread invocation seldom uttered. And the locals, wary of the house at the edge of the woods, tread cautiously, fearing that whispers of it might echo their names into that sinister chronicle, the names unspoken. Story 16. The motel stood in quiet neglect, a forgotten place where time seemed to linger like a whispered memory. It was the kind of establishment that housed transient souls seeking shelter for a fleeting night, its worn façade bearing witness to countless passing faces. The receptionist, with eyes shadowed by secrets untold, handed her the room key with a cryptic warning that hung in the air like a shroud of mystery. Just don't take the last door on the left, his voice barely above a whisper, a prelude to the enigma that awaited her. That night, guided by an unseen force, she traversed the dimly illuminated corridor, each step echoing softly against the faded wallpaper. And there it stood, the last door on the left, a portal to the unknown. The handle, cold as winter's breath, beckoned her touch, inviting her to unravel the enigma that lay beyond. As she leaned closer, her ear pressed against the weathered wood, she heard it, a gentle exhalation, a whisper of life from the other side, a presence that stirred the shadows of curiosity within her soul. In a different realm, Detective Morgan Reed emerged from the haze of slumber, her world punctuated by the harsh reality of crime scenes and the lingering scent of tragedy. Crossing the threshold marked by yellow caution tape, she entered a room steeped in the heavy perfume of metal and sorrow. The scene unfolded before her, a tapestry of contradictions, a pristine bathroom juxtaposed with a bed untouched by the chaos that dwelled within. And there, amidst the stark contrast, lay the crumpled form of a young woman, her silent gaze fixed upon the void above, a witness to the horrors of a life cut short. Beside the victim, Reed knelt, a silent guardian of the fallen, her gaze tracing the delicate contours of a face frozen in eternal surprise. The forensic technician, a silent sentinel of science, moved with practiced precision, capturing the tragedy in a series of sterile photographs. This marks the third, his voice devoid of emotion, a monotone recitation of grim statistics. Reed nodded, her mind a labyrinth of questions without answers, a puzzle with missing pieces that eluded even the keenest gaze. The victim, adorned in finery out of place in this forgotten realm, bore the mark of a life extinguished too soon, a mystery wrapped in silk and tragedy. The absence of robbery spoke of a different motive, a darker force that drove the hand of fate. Back at the precinct, Reed sifted through the fragments of a shattered life, piecing together a portrait of loss and betrayal. 3 women, their faces hauntingly similar, bound by threads of fate woven in the shadows of anonymity. The autopsy reveals, Detective Hayes intoned, breaking the silence with a solemn declaration. Strangulation, a cruel dance of hands upon fragile flesh, devoid of mercy or rationale. Reed's gaze hardened, a resolve born of justice tempered with empathy. Days turned to nights, the investigation a relentless pursuit of truth in a sea of lies. Surveillance footage yielded no answers, the victim Elaine Werner a ghost in the machine of memory. Her life, a tapestry of secrets and shadows, unfurled with each passing revelation. A breakthrough emerged from the shadows when Werner's sister unveiled a fragment of truth, a man named C, a specter from her sister's past, a cipher wrapped in enigma. Reed's path veered towards the heart of darkness, towards a man cloaked in the guise of respectability. Charles Emerson, a master of deception, stood at the threshold of justice, his facade crumbling under the weight of truth. The pieces fell into place, a tangled web of lies, woven with threads of deceit, binding him to the shadows of his own creation. In the courtroom, the echoes of justice reverberated through the sterile air, a symphony of closure for the families left behind. Emerson, a figure of arrogance and emptiness, faced the reckoning of his sins, his mask of indifference a shield against the storm of condemnation. As he was led away, Reed's gaze met his, a fleeting moment of connection amidst the chasm of darkness that separated them. In his eyes, she saw not remorse, but a void where humanity should have dwelled, a vacuum of empathy that chilled her to the core. The tale of the door on the left case echoed through the annals of history, a cautionary tale of shadows lurking in the corners of the mundane. Psychologists delved into Emerson's psyche, dissecting the anatomy of evil that dwelled within. Yet for Reed, the case remained a specter that haunted her steps, a reminder that some doors once opened could never be closed again. In the confines of the evidence locker, 3 keys lay dormant, silent witnesses to the darkness that lurked behind the facade of normalcy. Story 17. In the old apartment, peculiar sounds echoed through the walls, pipes groaning, floorboards creaking, but the new tenant sensed a difference in the air. The footsteps she heard were precise, deliberate, unnaturally steady. They seemed to originate from above, on the floor above hers, which was impossible. One night, mustering courage, she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound abruptly ceased. The ensuing silence hung heavy in the air until a single knock reverberated, not from above, but from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the strange incident to herself, attributing it to the settling of the building or perhaps a critter that had found its way into the attic space. Despite the nocturnal footsteps persisting, she adapted, resorting to cranking up the volume on her television, wearing headphones at night, anything to muffle the methodical footfalls that painted patterns across her ceiling in the shroud of darkness. Detective Morris was drawn into the apartment's enigma when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. While fixing a leak in the hallway outside Sarah's unit, the worker uncovered a hidden passage not accounted for in the building's schematics. Peering inside with a flashlight, he illuminated a crude living space, discarded wrappers, empty bottles, a soiled blanket, and a tattered notebook. The building superintendent promptly contacted the authorities. Detective Morris, accompanied by his partner Detective Rivera, found the maintenance worker visibly shaken, muttering about an unseen presence observing them from the walls. The notebook contained meticulous notes on Sarah Coleman, her routines, visitors, meals, even her viewing habits. The entries began orderly but deteriorated into a frenzy, marked by cryptic symbols in the margins. The final page read, "The subject resists my influence. She defies me. None defy me." Forensic teams meticulously combed the crawl space, uncovering unidentified fingerprints and an intricate network of hidden passages interwoven within the building's structure, some dating back decades. These clandestine routes linked to 5 separate apartments, culminating in observation points disguised as innocuous fixtures, with only Sarah Coleman's unit marked as the final destination. Interviews with current residents yielded no peculiarities beyond typical apartment noises, but former inhabitants shared unsettling accounts. 3 previous tenants of Sarah's apartment recounted feeling a constant gaze upon them or hearing inexplicable movements. One tenant had hastily vacated after a mere fortnight. None had voiced their encounters, fearful of being labeled paranoid. The breakthrough in the case occurred with the discovery of minuscule blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces, matched through DNA testing to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished without a trace 4 years prior. Martin had resided directly below Sarah's apartment. Neighbors recalled his complaints about disturbances from the unit above, belonging to a reclusive individual named Edward. Shortly after confronting Edward, Martin disappeared, and Edward abruptly departed, leaving no forwarding details. A deeper investigation unveiled Edward's transient lifestyle, characterized by residing in top-floor units across various buildings, maintaining a solitary existence and silently relocating after a brief tenure. A neighbor from Edward's past residence described him as intense, fixated on silence. Records disclosed Edward's acquisition of remote land, where a secluded cabin harbored chilling revelations. Photographs of former residents adorned the cabin's walls, alongside maps detailing ventilation systems and structural vulnerabilities. Detailed journals chronicled observations of the specimens and the meticulous maintenance of their habitat. A corkboard displayed missing persons reports 6 victims, all tied to Edward's past residences. Soil disturbed behind the cabin unearthed multiple graves, prompting forensic analysis to identify the victims. As the investigators delved into Edward's twisted past, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's apartment building. While the crawl spaces had been sealed, residents sporadically reported peculiar sounds. During security system installations, a notebook was discovered wedged in a crevice where the ceiling met the wall newer than the former one. Its initial page bore a chilling message: They uncovered my old refuge, but not my new one. The notebook mirrored its predecessor, concluding with a crude sketch of Sarah's apartment layout, highlighting a fresh passage marked in red for that very night. Authorities hastened to evacuate Sarah, only to find her unit deserted. Her phone rested on the kitchen counter, the television humming softly. Steam clouded the bathroom mirror, revealing a cryptic message etched by a finger. "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been pried open, indicating Sarah's ominous fate. The manhunt for Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction specialist adept at covert renovations, remains ongoing. Thermal scans unveiled no current occupancy within the walls of Sarah's building. She remains missing, her case intertwined with vanishing incidents spanning multiple states. Apartment managers have been alerted to unauthorized modifications and concealed spaces, a grim reminder of the unseen horrors lurking within the seemingly mundane. Detective Morris finds solace in the silence of his home, yet haunted by the memory of Sarah, isolated in her dwelling, tormented by phantom footsteps from an absent upstairs neighbor. As night descends, he gazes upwards, listening intently, pondering the chilling reality that someone, somewhere, might be listening back. Story 18. The tale begins in a quaint costume shop, its days numbered as it cleared its shelves of forgotten treasures. Among the remnants of whimsical disguises, a woman's gaze fell upon a mask resting on a dusty shelf. Its features, though delicate, held an eerie lifelike quality that unsettled her senses. With a sense of curiosity, she carried it to the counter, where the cashier hesitated at its sight. "That's not ours," he muttered, casting a shadow of doubt over the peculiar find. Perplexed, she sought a tag but found none, deciding to bring the enigmatic mask to her own abode. As the night draped its veil over the world, a soft sound stirred the woman from her slumber, a whisper of fabric shifting in the darkness. Her eyes sought the mask, but it was not where she had left it upon the dresser. Instead, it perched upon her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her. This woman, known as Catherine Reed, would soon become a figure of mystery herself. It was her neighbor who stumbled upon the scene, drawn by the creak of an ajar door that allowed morning light to spill into the dim interior of Catherine's home. Intending to return a borrowed book, the neighbor's eyes widened at the sight that awaited a tableau that would echo through the corridors of time. Catherine lay motionless upon her bedroom floor, the haunting mask nowhere to be seen. Detective Morgan stepped into the somber realm, where forensics worked diligently to capture the essence of tragedy through the lens of their cameras. Shutters clicked, voices murmured in hushed tones. An officer, pen poised over a notepad, remarked, "No signs of forced entry." The detective, a silent observer, absorbed the details that whispered of the unknown: a drawer ajar, a water glass bearing the trace of lipstick on its rim. Everything appeared ordinary, save for the life extinguished in silence. The medical examiner, bearing a countenance of solemnity, knelt beside Catherine's form. Cause of death unclear at first glance. No visible wounds, no marks of struggle, he intoned, gesturing towards her frozen expression of terror. The detective, drawn by the mystery that lingered in the air, knelt beside the fallen woman. Something terrified her to her core, she murmured, a shiver dancing down her spine. Catherine, a connoisseur of art, had led a life of quiet precision, her discerning eye unrivaled in the world of appraisals. Colleagues spoke of her keen perception, the ability to unveil the truth hidden within the brushstrokes. She could discern a forgery with but a glance, her boss recounted, a shadow of sorrow in his eyes. The detective pondered whether this gift had unwittingly sealed her fate. Security footage from the costume shop unveiled a peculiar scene: the cashier's genuine bewilderment at the sight of the mask. Summoning the owner, their exchange revealed a truth veiled in shadows. "We never stocked such an item," the owner declared, denying the mask's origins. The detective's path led her to the emptied shop, where the owner, haunted by secrets, confessed to the mask's mysterious appearance during a clearance sale, a relic from a collector's estate shrouded in enigma and tragedy. A breakthrough emerged as forensics unearthed microscopic fibers entwined within Catherine's grasp. She clutched at something, the lab technician explained, unveiling fibers of an otherworldly origin, a blend of human hair and an enigmatic organic substance defying identification. Threads of fate intertwined, linking Catherine to a tapestry of unsolved deaths spanning epochs. A retired detective, a guardian of forgotten truths, shared a revelation cloaked in ancient whispers. Across a dimly lit room, he slid a weathered file towards the present detective, hands trembling with the weight of the past. In each mask, we found inscriptions hidden beneath the surface, a language of the ages, tied to a ritual of soul's passage, he disclosed, peeling back the layers of a truth obscured by time. Yet the shadows deepened as a journal surfaced within Catherine's sanctuary, concealed behind a loose plank. Her final words danced upon the pages, a symphony of fear and revelation. She had felt the gaze of an unseen watcher, delved into the mask's origins, and uncovered a tapestry of deaths linked by a sinister thread. The mask stirs, her frantic script revealed, a testament to a macabre dance of fate and fear that transcended mortal understanding. As the detective wove together the strands of evidence, the fibers, the journal, the echoes of the past, a chilling truth emerged. The medical examiner's verdict rang with finality. Catherine succumbed to a heart gripped by terror, her essence consumed by an unseen horror. What specter could evoke such primal dread, laying low a soul with naught but its gaze? The investigation took a harrowing turn as surveillance footage unveiled a figure departing Catherine's dwelling, cloaked in a mask akin to her on the visage, a mirror marred by a subtle wrongness, a mimicry devoid of life's grace. The detective sounded the alarm for the vanished mask, yet it eluded their grasp until whispers surfaced of its reappearance in a distant vintage emporium. By the time authorities arrived, the mask had found a new custodian, leaving only whispers in its wake. The case, shrouded in enigma, lingered in the annals of the unsolved. The detective safeguarded Catherine's journal, a testament to a truth too strange for the light of day. In the stillness of night, she awoke to a sense of unseen eyes tracing her form, a chill settling deep within her bones. She reinforced her windows, secured her locks, and banished thoughts of the mask that awaited its next host, an entity ancient and insatiable, weaving a web of shadows that spanned epochs. The mask, a harbinger of dread, bided its time in the shadows, awaiting the moment when fate would guide it to another bearer. And when that time came, another would stir in the quiet of night, greeted by the empty gaze of a vessel hungry for the souls that danced behind mortal eyes. Story 19. It began with a pocket dial, just static and muffled sounds dancing through the phone lines. The operator almost dismissed it as a glitch, a mere blip in the vast network of communication. But then a voice sliced through the chaos, a woman, her words a frantic whisper carried on the air. "He's here, he." And then silence engulfed the line like a shroud of mystery. The number traced back to an empty house, a dwelling left to decay in solitude for years. No signs of forced entry, no disturbances disrupting the eerie stillness that hung heavy in the air. Yet amidst the layers of dust coating the forgotten rooms, there it sat, the phone, perched on the kitchen counter, its screen softly aglow. The call had been made mere minutes ago, a ghostly echo of the past reaching out into the present. Detective Morgan Reed found herself entranced by the playback button, her finger tracing its familiar path for the 5th time. The whisper lingered in her mind like a haunting melody, desperate, terrified, and utterly impossible to ignore. The abandoned property once belonged to the Sullivan family, who had fled after a devastating blaze devoured the west wing of their home. Since then, the house had stood empty, a silent sentinel guarding its secrets. The caretaker, a faithful guardian of the deserted abode, swore by the untouched solitude of the house. Background check on the number, Morgan inquired of her partner, Detective Walsh. The reply came swift and chilling, registered to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter, deceased 3 years past in a tragic car accident. Morgan's gaze lingered on the evidence bag cradling the phone, a puzzle with pieces that refused to fit together. A phone belonging to a woman long gone, making calls from a house frozen in time. The dust around the phone bore witness to its sudden appearance, as if it had materialized out of thin air. The forensic team's efforts yielded little fruit, no fingerprints of value, no trace of a visitor's presence. The house remained a fortress of silence, its secrets buried deep within its walls. The recording of that fateful call became the focal point of their investigation. 11 seconds of static, of whispered breaths, of 5 haunting words. Voice analysis confirmed the impossible. Catherine Sullivan's voice, echoing from beyond the grave with 98% certainty. The timestamp was a cruel mirror, reflecting the exact moment of Catherine's passing 3 years prior. Morgan and Walsh delved into the lives intertwined with Catherine's, seeking answers in the shadows of the past. Her father, now remarried, stood bewildered by the unearthed mysteries. Her mother, a solitary figure in a small apartment, crumbled at the sound of her daughter's voice. "That's my Katie," she murmured, her voice a fragile thread connecting the present to a past filled with echoes of sorrow. Catherine's former beau, Mark Jennings, stood at the center of the storm, his alibi a shield against the accusations hurled his way. The night of the call, he toiled away at the hospital, his whereabouts confirmed by a chorus of witnesses and unyielding security footage. And yet the pieces of the puzzle refused to align. The call could not have occurred, and yet it did, a spectral whisper defying logic. The investigation lay dormant until a call shattered the silence, Catherine's mother trembling as she whispered of a discovery in her daughter's belongings. A journal, a chronicle of a life veiled in shadows, its final pages a testament to a love twisted into something dark and foreboding. The journal spoke of Mark's descent into possessiveness, into a darkness that consumed the light of Catherine's spirit. Morgan's confrontation with Mark unveiled cracks in his facade, his protestations ringing hollow against the weight of evidence mounting against him. The journal, a damning testament to a love turned sour, to a life cut short by the hands of one who professed affection with poison-laced words. The truth lay buried, quite literally, beneath layers of earth and deceit. A buried phone, unearthed 20 feet from the crash site, whispered of a tale of betrayal and malice. Deleted texts painted a portrait of a night veiled in terror, of a chase that ended in tragedy on a desolate road. The medical examiner's scrutiny of Catherine's autopsy photographs revealed a truth long concealed. Her injuries bore the mark of foul play, of a struggle against a force intent on snuffing out her light. Mark's denials crumbled in the face of irrefutable proof, his web of lies unraveling with each passing moment. And so the final act unfolded, a manhunt that led to the doorstep of the Sullivan house, where Mark sat in silent contemplation, his gaze fixed on a phone mirroring the one that had sparked the investigation. The truth spilled forth, a torrent of confessions and half-truths, as Mark's facade crumbled under the weight of justice's gaze. As the jury's verdict echoed through the courtroom, Catherine's mother clung to the journal, its pages a testament to a daughter's bravery in the face of unspeakable darkness. Justice, hard-won and bittersweet, prevailed in the end, not through whispers from beyond the veil, but through the echoes of a voice silenced too soon. The phone from the abandoned house now rests in the evidence locker, a relic of a case that defied logic and reason. And yet in the quiet moments of the night, officers swear they hear its phantom ring, a reminder that some stories refuse to be forgotten, that some voices echo through the darkness, seeking solace in the light of truth. Story 20. The dwelling had sat abandoned, a ghostly presence on the street, untouched by life for what felt like an eternity. Whispers among the neighbors spoke of a young woman who had vanished, leaving behind a void that seemed to seep into the very walls. When the new inhabitants ventured inside, they encountered a bedroom shrouded in mystery, a sanctuary frozen in time. The door, stubbornly sealed shut, concealed secrets that begged to be unveiled. With determination, they forced the entrance ajar, releasing a cloud of stagnant air, pregnant with the weight of neglect. Yet amidst the layers of dust and neglect, a peculiar order reigned. The bed stood immaculately made, the mirror gleamed free of blemishes, and a lone candle stood as a sentinel, its essence extinguished, leaving behind a pool of solidified tears. Upon the desk, a notebook lay open, its pristine pages adorned with fresh ink, a silent witness to the enigma that lingered within those walls. Detective Morgan, with a keen eye, delved into the musings of the notebook's owner. Elise Winters, a name whispered in the shadows of the past. Her words, meticulously penned, painted a picture of a young woman haunted by a looming presence, a watcher in the darkness. As the investigator combed through the revelations, forensic experts meticulously combed the room for traces of the unseen intruder. Elise's narrative unfolded before them, a tale of a brilliant mind unraveling a web of deceit within a prestigious law firm. The puzzle of her disappearance began to take shape, each word she left behind a breadcrumb leading to a truth long concealed. In the stillness of the room, the scent of antiquity mingled with an elusive chemical fragrance, a hint of something sinister lurking beneath the surface. The landlord, a spectral figure in the doorway, murmured of thorough inspections that had failed to reveal the secrets locked within those walls. Elise's life, once defined by diligence and purpose, had spiraled into a realm of shadows as she delved into the murky waters of corporate malfeasance. Her discoveries, a dagger aimed at the heart of corruption, had marked her for a fate she could not escape. The investigation unearthed a trove of evidence hidden beneath the floorboards, a cryptic key leading to a vault of damning revelations. Documents whispered of manipulated data, of lives sacrificed on the altar of greed, and of a truth too dangerous to be exposed. As the enigmatic puzzle unraveled, the truth emerged from the shadows, casting a harsh light on those who thought themselves untouchable. Vincent Harriman, a man of influence and deceit, found himself ensnared in a web of his own making, his fortress of lies crumbling around him. The room, a silent witness to Elise's final moments, yielded its secrets one by one, each piece of evidence a shard of justice for the voice silenced in the night. The hidden passage, a gateway to the truth, revealed a path to redemption for a soul lost to the darkness. In the end, justice prevailed, though the scars of the past lingered in the empty room, a testament to a battle fought in shadows and secrets. The house, a relic of a forgotten time, stood as a solemn reminder of the price of seeking truth in a world veiled by deception. As night fell, casting its veil over the abandoned dwelling, whispers of a restless spirit echoed through the halls, a reminder that some mysteries are bound to linger beyond the realm of the living. And so the house stood, a silent guardian of a story untold, its walls holding secrets that danced on the edge of perception, waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to listen. Story 21. In the quiet depths of the attic, hidden beneath a worn blanket, lay a discovery that would unravel a tale of mystery and intrigue. It was a porcelain doll, its delicate features weathered by time, its glassy blue eyes staring out into the unknown. Sarah and Michael stumbled upon it, a relic of the past, unknown to them yet somehow familiar in its eerie presence. At first they dismissed it as just another forgotten trinket, a relic of a bygone era, but as night descended upon the old Victorian house they had recently acquired, a subtle shift in the atmosphere stirred unease within them. The air grew heavy, laden with a silence that seemed to stretch into eternity. Morning broke, casting a pale light upon the room, revealing a chilling sight. The porcelain doll, once confined to the attic, now sat silently at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel watching over them. Sarah and Michael, drawn to the house's history and charm, were unaware of the dark secrets that lay dormant within its walls. Detective Rachel Winters, a seasoned investigator, was called to the scene on a crisp autumn morning. The master bedroom held a grim tableau the female victim posed unnaturally, a mask of terror frozen on her face, while her companion lay as if in a desperate attempt to escape. The scene was pristine, devoid of any signs of forced entry or struggle, save for the haunting positions of the victims. Detective Winters, her voice barely above a whisper, noted the deliberate nature of the crime. It was as if the victims were mere puppets in a twisted display, manipulated by an unseen force. The investigation unfolded like a macabre puzzle, each piece revealing a darker truth than the last. Neighbors spoke of shadows dancing behind closed curtains and ghostly laughter echoing through empty corridors. Forensic analysis uncovered traces of antique fabrics and mysterious handprints, leading back to the attic where the porcelain doll had been found. As Detective Winters delved into the house's history, a sinister pattern emerged. Previous owners had met tragic ends under inexplicable circumstances, their fates intertwined with the very fabric of the house itself. A newspaper clipping hinted at a troubled past, the story of a doll maker whose final creation bore an uncanny resemblance to the doll found by Sarah and Michael. In a hidden compartment beneath the attic floorboards, old photographs revealed the doll maker's chilling collection, each doll imbued with a sense of lifelike presence. The images captured the doll in different poses, hinting at a malevolent sentience that transcended mere craftsmanship. With each revelation, the boundaries between reality and nightmare blurred. A distant relative of the doll maker shared tales of dark rituals and arcane knowledge, of spirits bound to inanimate forms by the hand of a twisted artisan. The investigation reached an impasse, the truth veiled in shadows and whispers. Detective Winters, her resolve unshaken, kept the porcelain doll under lock and key, a silent witness to the unfolding horrors. But the darkness that lurked within the house was not so easily contained. In a twist of fate, the doll vanished from its confines, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and lingering dread. Detective Winters, her memory clouded by a mysterious lapse, retired from the force, carrying with her a secret that would never see the light of day. The house passed into new hands, its troubled past a whisper on the wind. The attic, once a sanctuary for forgotten memories, remained empty save for a single tattered blanket, a silent testament to the mysteries that dwell in the shadows. And so the tale of Sarah and Michael, of Detective Winters and the porcelain doll, faded into obscurity, a haunting echo of a past best left undisturbed. But on quiet nights when the world slumbers and the darkness creeps in, whispers of a child's laughter and the flutter of tiny footsteps linger in the air, a reminder that some secrets are best kept buried in the night. Story 22. She never enjoyed venturing up to the attic, but when the storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no other option. The attic was a realm of forgotten treasures, shrouded in dust and cobwebs. In a secluded corner, an ancient dollhouse rested, intricately detailed, with its miniature furniture arranged with meticulous care. Yet, as she gazed into its tiny rooms, a sense of unease crept over her. The figures within were not mere dolls, they were delicate, hand-carved replicas of her family. Each tiny figure positioned precisely as they sat downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to represent her stood by the attic entrance. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the roof of the dollhouse, feeling the groove where the small wooden figure stood. The revelation sent a shiver down her spine, unrelated to the draft swirling through the attic. This dollhouse had no place there. This wasn't her childhood home. It was a rental property her family had only recently moved into. The unsettling discovery prompted Rebecca to contact law enforcement in a state of panic. Officers arrived at the suburban residence to find a distressed family gathered in the living room, reluctant to return upstairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their concerns as a prank or the imaginings of a family adjusting to a new environment. However, the intricate detail of the dollhouse figures caught her attention. Each miniature figurine captured a unique aspect of every family member: the father's thinning hair, the son's favorite hoodie, even the mother's delicate birthmark. The investigation took a dark turn when forensic teams uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse belonging to none of the family members. Even more disturbing were microscopic cameras embedded in the eyes of each miniature figure, all connected to a sophisticated recording system hidden beneath the dollhouse. Analysis of the Morgan family's movements revealed a disturbing pattern. The positions of the figures didn't just mirror the family's seating that evening. They replicated exact postures from different days, indicating someone had been observing them long enough to learn their routines. We soon realized this wasn't a simple case of stalking, Detective Harmon recounted. The perpetrator exhibited an obsession rarely seen in criminal psychology. Further exploration unearthed a concealed basement entrance behind a false wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators found evidence of someone living there before the Morgans arrived. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag suggested the intruder had been residing beneath the family's feet for weeks. What puzzled investigators most was the absence of forced entry, as the property had been vacant for nearly a year before the Morgans moved in. The breakthrough came through digital forensics. Surveillance data from the miniature cameras led investigators to a small apartment across town. Within, they discovered walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and previous occupants of the house. Journal entries meticulously outlined the daily routines of each family member. The most chilling find was a workshop filled with partially completed dollhouses, each representing a different home in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the former homeowners. Financial records indicated mounting debt after his parents' passing. Instead of selling the house, he had covertly lived there, collecting rent from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse served as his control hub, explained the forensic psychologist on the case. Each figure symbolized someone he observed. Rebecca's figure by the attic door wasn't a threat. It was his acknowledgement of her uncovering his surveillance system. During questioning, Wells remained eerily composed, attributing his actions to a need for control. They were residing in my home, sleeping in my parents' room. I needed to ensure they respected it. When asked about the positioned figures, he simply stated, "I wanted them to know I was always watching." A psychological evaluation unveiled a case of possessive delusion. Unable to cope with losing his childhood home, Wells devised an elaborate scheme to retain authority over it. The dollhouse became his tool to possess both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never set foot in the house again. Rebecca recalled that the most haunting moment wasn't discovering the dollhouse, but comprehending its implications. Someone had been observing us all this time, measuring our lives, making us mere playthings. The true horror wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was realizing that, in his eyes, we were nothing but dolls to be arranged and monitored. Wells faced multiple charges, including stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and breaking and entering. The case sparked a review of real estate disclosure laws concerning deaths on properties and the duty of agents to ensure homes are properly vacated before new tenants move in. During his sentencing, the judge emphasized the profound violation the Morgan family endured. You didn't just trespass their home, you violated their sense of security and independence. You witnessed their most intimate moments and replicated them for your amusement. What sends chills down the spines of criminologists is how long Wells might have gone unnoticed if Rebecca hadn't discovered the dollhouse. Examination of his journals suggested he had been secretly residing in homes for nearly 2 years, moving from one property to another, crafting dollhouses for every family under his watchful eye. The Morgan family eventually relocated far away, but Rebecca admitted in her impact statement that she still checks nooks and crannies routinely. She rid their new home of all dollhouses and miniatures. Some days I still feel eyes on me, she confessed. I wonder if, somewhere out there, someone is manipulating a tiny version of me in a dollhouse I have yet to uncover. Story 23. The gentle current flowed lazily that peaceful morning, the surface of the water smooth as glass, reflecting the soft light of dawn. A lone fisherman, lost in his thoughts, almost missed the sight of a peculiar object bobbing near the shore. At first glance, it appeared to be a discarded suitcase, perhaps filled with old clothes. However, as he approached, a noxious odor reached his nostrils, thick, sickly sweet, impossible to ignore. The suitcase was encased in chains, its metal edges tarnished by time and exposure to the elements. When the authorities managed to pry it open, they were met with a chilling sight. Instead of clothes, the case held a tangle of hair, fingers frozen in a silent grip, and at the bottom, a cryptic note that sent shivers down their spines. This isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, a delicate handkerchief pressed to her nose to ward off the pungent smell that lingered in the air. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s with dark locks and now pallid skin marred by the water, lay before her. The meticulous work of the medical examiner unfolded methodically, each detail catalogued before the body was finally taken away. Yet what struck Mercer most profoundly was not the manner of disposal, but the eerie attention to detail paid to the victim's appearance: manicured nails, recently styled hair, clad in luxurious garments. She was not just disposed of here, Mercer remarked quietly, her gaze fixed on the lapping water along the muddy banks. She was presented. The victim was soon identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her dealings in upscale properties. Divorced, childless, she led a solitary life in an affluent neighborhood. Colleagues painted a picture of a driven, meticulous woman, fiercely private in her ways. Her disappearance had been noted when she failed to show up for a crucial showing with wealthy clients, a sale that promised to be her most significant commission yet. As investigators delved into Walsh's pristine, modernist home, a sense of unease settled upon them. Everything was immaculate, almost unnaturally so. Designer furniture arranged with precision, not a speck of dust to be found. The refrigerator held meticulously organized meals, labeled by day. Wardrobes meticulously arranged by color, shoes carefully preserved in protective bags. An anomaly caught their attention in her home office, a slightly ajar drawer revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry sent a chill down their spines. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. Digital traces unveiled a puzzling pattern in Walsh's email history, multiple messages from unknown sources, all bearing the same ominous message. I see your perfection, all sent at precisely the same time on different days. Her online searches hinted at a growing sense of unease, inquiries about home security systems and personal protection devices. Mercer pieced together the puzzle, drawing connections between the cryptic messages, the meticulous staging of the crime scene, and the unsettling revelations from Walsh's life. Our perpetrator is methodical, she confided to her partner. This was not a crime of passion, it was a carefully orchestrated ritual. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected quarter. A local pawnshop keeper recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among his wares, absent from her belongings. The man who had pawned it was a familiar face, Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker with a quiet demeanor. Surveillance footage captured Linden's repeated visits to Walsh's building over several months, sometimes wheeling his maintenance cart, sometimes not. Always at times when she would be absent, showcasing properties. When Linden's modest apartment was searched, a chilling tableau greeted the investigators. Walls adorned with pictures of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured without their knowledge. Some images defaced with red marks. Walsh stood as the third victim in Linden's twisted collection. A hidden compartment in his closet revealed a macabre shrine, a curated selection of items belonging to each victim, meticulously arranged. Hair strands on a brush, lipstick-stained tissues, keys, and receipts. Each set accompanied by a small notebook detailing their daily routines, preferences, and quirks. The interrogation room turned frigid as Linden was brought in for questioning. Despite his unassuming appearance and soft-spoken manner, there was a chilling calmness in his demeanor. Confronted with the evidence against him, he finally spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. They were flawed, they projected perfection, but I saw through their facade. Catherine left her desk in disarray. She missed a spot when applying her lipstick. Her perfection was a lie. The search for the two victims mentioned in Linden's note led investigators to remote locations where two more suitcases were unearthed. Each contained a woman bearing a resemblance to Walsh, both real estate agents who prided themselves on their meticulous attention to detail. At Linden's trial, he sat impassive as the prosecution unraveled his methods. Months spent stalking his victims, invading their lives, and ultimately perfecting them in his twisted vision before snuffing out their light. The families of the victims watched in silence as the judge handed down a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, yet a haunting question lingered in her mind. What had triggered Linden's fixation on these specific women? What imperfection within himself had he sought to erase through his monstrous acts? As the river continued its tranquil journey downstream, washing away all traces, on Mercer's desk lay copies of those chilling notebooks, a grim reminder that beneath the veneer of ordinary lives, darkness sometimes lurks. And that the most insidious predators may be those hidden in plain sight, patiently observing, waiting for a single flaw to expose itself. Story 24, The Unearthed Warning. Renovations always have a way of revealing the unexpected. Among the dust and debris lie remnants of the past, old newspapers, forgotten photographs, and broken trinkets. But for Sarah and Michael, A routine renovation of their newly acquired Victorian-era home led them to a discovery beyond their wildest imagination. As they pried up the floorboards, a sense of anticipation hung in the air. Little did they know that beneath the aged would lay a folded letter, its edges yellowed with time. The ink on the brittle paper had faded, but the words etched upon it remained sharp and ominous. "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before the weight of those words could fully settle, the tranquility of the empty house was shattered by 3 distinct knocks that reverberated through the rooms, sending shivers down their spines. The mystery had begun, beckoning the presence of Detective Alina Reed and her seasoned partner. With the floorboard still exposed, Detective Reed's experienced hands delicately retrieved the ancient note, mindful of preserving any potential evidence. The couple's inadvertent touch had tainted the scene, but their genuine fear was palpable as they recounted the unsettling events. Background checks on Sarah and Michael revealed nothing suspicious, just a young couple embarking on a new chapter of their lives. However, the history of the house told a different tale. Once owned by the reclusive Hargrove family, the house had witnessed decades of untold stories, culminating in the enigmatic death of its last inhabitant, Margaret Hargrove. As Detective Reed delved deeper into the past, she uncovered a web of secrets and lies surrounding the Hargroves. Franklin, Margaret's late husband, had harbored a dark secret, a crippling gambling addiction that had drawn the attention of a notorious loan shark known as Victor Mercer. Through painstaking investigation and insights gleaned from Margaret's cryptic diaries, a chilling narrative began to emerge. Franklin's debts had reached a point of no return, leading to a fatal confrontation with Mercer, whose remains were unearthed beneath the house, a grim testament to a long-buried tragedy. The house, once a sanctuary of ornate beauty, now stood as a silent witness to the horrors that had unfolded within its walls. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of its dark history, made the decision to part ways with the property, leaving it abandoned and cloaked in mystery. Rumors swirled among the locals, whispering of ghostly echoes that haunted the halls in the dead of night, 3 solemn knocks that pierced the stillness, a reminder of the secrets buried deep within the house's foundation. Detective Reed's final report concluded with a sense of lingering unease, acknowledging that some mysteries defy resolution, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and restless spirits. The letter, now preserved in evidence storage, serves as a haunting reminder: don't trust the one who knocked. And so the house stands silent and forsaken, a testament to the shadows of the past that refuse to be forgotten, its mysteries destined to linger in the realm of the unknown. Story 25. The aging library faced its fate of demolition, the workers diligently nearing the completion of their task, but fate had other plans in store. As one laborer stumbled upon a hidden latch nestled within a dusty bookshelf, a soft click echoed through the quiet space. The entire bookcase swung open, beckoning towards a narrow passage leading to a forgotten room. Thick air, untouched by time, enveloped the hidden chamber. No furniture adorned the space except for a solitary chair in the center, firmly bolted to the floor. And etched repeatedly on the walls, a haunting message lingered: I am still here. The construction foreman wasted no time and swiftly called for the authorities. What initially seemed like a routine demolition swiftly unraveled into a web of darkness and intrigue. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator, stood at the threshold, his flashlight piercing through the shadows, revealing the chilling words that adorned the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded, his voice resonating in the cramped room. No one disturbs a thing until forensics arrives. The library's history whispered tales of the Harrington family, once esteemed figures in the community. They had gifted the building to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanishing during her final year of college, Rebecca left behind only an abandoned car near the woods. Despite exhaustive searches and investigations, her fate remained shrouded in uncertainty. The prevailing belief hinted at her desire to start anew, though her family clung to the notion of a more sinister truth. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden room, traces of hair and fibers embedded in the chair and minute samples of blood and skin cells mingled with the aged scratches on the walls. Initial analysis pointed towards a young female presence. This chair was used for restraint, the forensic analyst remarked, gesturing towards the worn leather straps and bolt holes. There was a fierce struggle here. Detective Walsh delved deeper into the Harrington family's past, his intuition pricked by the timing of the library's donation to the public. It coincided eerily close with Rebecca's disappearance, a detail that now carried weighty significance. Further scrutiny uncovered a troubling connection. The contractor who installed the bookshelf leading to the hidden room had ties exclusively to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family's patriarch. Financial records hinted at irregular payments far beyond standard renovation costs. Former library staff expressed shock at the discovery, with one elderly librarian recalling Maxwell's peculiar insistence on preserving that section of the building. Hours spent alone in the hidden room after closing had raised no suspicion, as Maxwell had justified his solitude with a reverence for the historical integrity of the space. The investigation gained momentum when DNA evidence from the hidden room matched samples from Rebecca's personal belongings. The grim truth emerged: Rebecca had not fled, but had been held captive behind the bookshelf, possibly by someone within her own kin. Armed with a warrant, detectives scoured the Harrington estate, unearthing a leather-bound journal concealed in a secret compartment of Maxwell's study. The journal chronicled months of disturbing entries detailing Maxwell's twisted fixation on his niece. The final entry sent shivers down their spines. "She threatened to expose me. The room will keep her silent." Confronted with the damning evidence, Maxwell's stoic facade crumbled. "She was a threat," he confessed, devoid of remorse. "I had to protect the family name at all costs." Maxwell's admission unveiled a ghastly reality. He had ensnared Rebecca, leading to her tragic demise in a bid to silence her. The buried secrets emerged as the excavation beneath the hidden room's floor unveiled Rebecca's skeletal remains, adorned with the silver bracelet gifted by her parents. At Maxwell's trial, the Harrington family bore witness to the reckoning of their dark legacy. Rebecca's mother clutched the recovered bracelet, a poignant remnant of the daughter they could finally lay to rest. The library's demolition halted, transformed into a somber site of remembrance. Community members laid flowers at the entrance, paying homage to a life lost and a truth concealed behind a facade of wood and stone. In a poignant twist, Rebecca's plea etched on the walls, "I am still here," echoed through the corridors, ensuring her memory endured and that justice, though delayed, found its way into the light, illuminating the shadows of a tragic past. Story 26. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the attic, a silent witness to the passage of time and the memories of past inhabitants. Among the faded Polaroids it held, capturing moments of joy and togetherness, there was one that stood out, a photograph that sent shivers down Rebecca's spine. In that image, taken within the familiar walls of her own living room, a family unknown to her sat happily, unaware of the ominous figure lurking in the shadows. As Rebecca gazed at the eerie picture, a sense of unease crept over her, making her fingertips tremble as she held it. The family in the photograph, with their frozen smiles and carefree expressions, seemed oblivious to the danger that loomed so close behind them. With a heavy heart, she descended the creaking staircase, feeling the weight of the house pressing down on her like a suffocating shroud. Placing the unsettling photograph on her kitchen counter, Rebecca scrutinized it under the harsh glare of the fluorescent light. The uncanny resemblance between her home and the strangers captured in the image only deepened the mystery, leaving her with more questions than answers. Enter Detective Morgan, a seasoned investigator with a weathered exterior that belied his sharp eyes and keen intuition. As he examined the photograph with a methodical precision, Rebecca couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope that he might unravel the enigma that had taken root in her once happy home. Delving into the house's history, Detective Morgan uncovered a chilling pattern of families who had resided there before vanishing without a trace, leaving behind empty rooms and unanswered questions. The trail led back through time, revealing a dark legacy of disappearances that stretched back years. A breakthrough came when a former mail carrier identified the mysterious family in the photo as the enigmatic Sutherlands, who had vanished as suddenly as they had arrived, leaving behind a void that no one could fill. Forensic analysis shed light on the eerie photograph, pointing to the presence of a shadowy figure whose identity remained elusive. As the investigation delved deeper, the house revealed its sinister secrets, with hidden chambers and buried truths coming to light. Beneath the cold concrete of the basement, the missing families were unearthed, frozen in time and preserved in an eternal slumber. With each revelation, the specter of Samuel Whitfield, the elusive architect of the house, loomed larger, his presence haunting every corner of the investigation. A man of mystery and shadows, his legacy was intertwined with the very foundations of the house, his dark designs coming to fruition in the most sinister of ways. The truth remained elusive, slipping through the fingers of those who sought to unravel the tangled web of deceit and darkness that surrounded the house. As Rebecca sought refuge in a hotel, the chilling realization dawned that the malevolent presence that had haunted her home was still out there, watching and waiting. The investigation continues, a haunting echo of the past that refuses to be silenced. The house stands empty and forbidding, a silent sentinel to the mysteries that lie within its walls, and somewhere in the darkness, new photographs are being taken, capturing the unsuspecting faces of those who dare to seek the truth about the man in the shadows. The legacy of Samuel Whitfield lives on, a ghostly presence that lingers in the minds of all who dare to uncover the secrets hidden within the house's walls. Story 27. As the night settled in, a faint flicker danced across the baby monitor screen, catching the mother's attention. At first, she brushed it off as mere interference, a glitch in the system. But then the crackling static gave way to a voice, soft and eerie, whispering, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill ran down her spine, freezing her in place. With a racing heart, she hurried to her son's room, only to find the crib empty, the room silent. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only anomaly was the stuffed rabbit lying on the floor, its unblinking black eyes seeming to stare right through her. Panic surged through her veins as she screamed until her voice was raw, the sound echoing through the quiet night. Concerned neighbors called for help, and soon emergency services arrived to find her cradling the rabbit, lost in a state of shock on the nursery floor. Investigators delved into the puzzling disappearance of baby Samuel, but the initial leads were scarce. No signs of forced entry, no alarms triggered, just a baffling absence. Suspicion cast a shadow over Rebecca, the distressed mother, especially with her history of seeking help for postpartum depression. Whispers circulated, painting her as the prime suspect in her own son's vanishing act. But then a breakthrough emerged, a trace of unfamiliar fibers on the nursery windowsill, hinting at a clandestine entry from the outside. The focus shifted to a figure lurking in the shadows, captured by neighboring security footage, leaving behind a mysterious footprint matching specialized climbing gear. As Daniel, the husband, returned home, his hands bore peculiar calluses from a newfound hobby in rock climbing. Financial records unveiled unsettling truths: a hefty life insurance policy on Samuel, secretive calls to an unknown number, and a hidden second family. Amidst the tangled web of deceit, a chilling revelation surfaced: the baby monitor had been compromised, manipulated to deceive. The voice that had whispered that fateful night was not from within the nursery, but a remote intrusion. The digital trail led investigators to a grim basement discovery: Samuel alive, tended to by a woman named Elaine, who surrendered with vacant eyes and a haunted past. Unraveling the twisted plot, Elaine's connection to Daniel, her ex-husband, came to light: a tragic history of loss and obsession driving her to reclaim what she believed was rightfully hers. Digital evidence painted a damning portrait of collusion between Daniel and Elaine, their plan unfolding through encrypted messages, leading to a harrowing trial where the truth echoed in the haunting audio from the baby monitor. The courtroom fell silent as the chilling sounds reverberated, exposing Daniel's presence at the scene of the abduction he vehemently denied. With swift justice, Daniel and Elaine faced the consequences of their heinous crimes, while Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. The case left a lasting impact on how modern abductions are investigated, urging vigilance in safeguarding against technological threats. Samuel grew up shielded from the memories of that fateful night, while Rebecca held onto the stuffed rabbit, a silent witness to the truth hidden in its glassy eyes. The baby monitor, though deceptive, had captured a different reality, one that unraveled a sinister tale of betrayal and redemption in the dark.